in 4 years. Willie James Pye died by lethal injection for the 1993 kidnapping, rape, and murder of his ex-girlfriend, Alicia Lynn Yarborough's cousin, Ernetta Starks.
She was loved, she had family, and she was somebody.
One of the longest pre-trial detentions in U.S. history is over. Maurice Jimerson, who's been in jail for almost 11 years awaiting a new trial, has been released after an investigation by CBS's TV affiliate. He was arrested with 4 others for a double murder in 2013. His co-defendants were acquitted at trials. A jury couldn't reach a verdict in his case. A Major League Baseball star smarting from a massive ripoff.
And Ohtani, a little blooper in the left. That's going to get down.
The Dodgers accuse Shohei Ohtani's interpreter of siphoning off millions. CBS's Lucy Kraft in Tokyo.
39-year-old Ippei Mizuhara was more than just a translator for Shohei Ohtani. The two were so close that Mizuhara had access to Ohtani's bank account and allegedly was able to embezzle $4.5 million to cover his illicit gambling debts.
The interpreter has been fired. S&P futures up 22. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Kevin, you go right ahead.
I'm on my way to New Jersey to buy a Mega Ball and a Power Ball, and if I hit, I'm going to give it to Trump.
How about a little percentage of that to your favorite morning?
Wouldn't that be good to use state money and give it back to him?
If I won Powerball, I don't know that I'm giving it to anybody. Trump, my wife,
That's because his wife already has it spent.
Yep. I'm buying golf clubs, and you'll never see me again.
And the little girls.
There you go. Yeah, I'll pay my girls college. How about that? And her dance bill. Other than that, nobody else gets anything.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com.
I'm Janice Dean.
I'm Jason Chaffetz.
I'm Harris Faulkner. And this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, March 21st, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Some legal wrangling puts a Texas law back on hold that would see local law enforcement arresting undocumented immigrants.
What I see over there in D.C., that for them to get together and find a solution and work together, don't turn it into a political issue.
I'm Dave Anthony. U.S. citizens stuck in Haiti keep trying to get out to escape gang violence that's overrun parts of the country. We take you to its border with the Dominican Republic.
The State Department has, told Americans that are traveling by land to border crossings like this one to travel at their own risk. This is a lot of it is gang-controlled territory, and to keep a low profile.
And I'm Jason Rantz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
A Texas law would make illegally crossing the border into the U.S. from Mexico a state misdemeanor, punishable with jail time. Under SB 4, Texas judges would have to order undocumented migrants deported, and local law enforcement would have to take migrants to the border. But this law, SB 4, was blocked by a federal judge. He said it threatens the fundamental notion that the U.S. must regulate immigration with one voice from the federal government. A panel of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals reversed that ruling, but Tuesday the Supreme Court said the law could be enforced while the legal arguments in this case play out. Hours later, a different panel of the Fifth Circuit said, no, the law cannot be enforced, as they held a hearing playing out the legal arguments Wednesday.
Everybody's concerned about the border. There's real crisis going on here. Texas has decided that we are at the epicenter of this crisis. We are on the front line, and we are going to do something about it.
Texas Solicitor Aaron Nielsen told the Fifth Circuit Court that Texas has a right to defend itself, and under any possible reading of that right, at least some applications of SB 4 are constitutional. But Justice Department Attorney Daniel Tenney says Texas goes too far, that they want to put people in jail for being undocumented.
State judges will be making determinations about the legality of someone's entry into the United States. And that was something that this court in Farmers Branch and the Supreme Court in Arizona said states simply are not supposed to be doing.
At a Texas Policy Forum summit, Texas Governor Greg Abbott highlighted the number of actions the state's taken without federal approval, including building more border wall as an unprecedented number of migrants arrives.
What's going on the border is nothing short of catastrophic.
While the case continues to play out and may end up back before the Supreme Court in a bid for the High Court to consider the merits of the case, Mexico's president criticized the bill Wednesday, saying they will not accept deportations from the Texas government, calling the law dehumanizing.
If we can continue working with a Lone Star operation the way we have, then we can do it.
Tom Schmerber is the sheriff of Maverick County, Texas.
Because what we have is an MOU, which is Memorandum of Understanding with the state, the troopers. Anything that is arrested here in this county, Maverick County, they take them to Valverde, which is over there in Del Rio, Texas, and they'll process over there, and they're going to magistrate over there, and then they send them to another jail, which is fine. But if it's going to be different, I don't have the space in this jail right now. I don't have the manpower, no, the technology. It takes me 45 minutes to do one single individual here to book them. And the immigrants are not going to come here by one. They come here in groups.
Right. And you just referenced, you said if you have help from Lone Star, that's the operation put into effect by the governor of Texas there, Greg Abbott. You had previously said it was helpful this year when the governor under Operation Lone Star sent you guys, I guess, hundreds of state law enforcement officers to that area. How did that help you, and how do you foresee them maybe helping you moving forward if SB 4 is enforced?
It helped me a lot at the beginning, up till now, because we have that understanding that they're going to help me. They're helping me right now in doing all this booking and magistrating, putting all these immigrants in other jails. and he gave us a lot of a grant, which is called Long Star Operation Grant, good money. But now the second grant that came in was given instead of to the Sheriff Department, it was given to the county attorney. So now I have to request whatever I need through him, and he sometimes will not agree on what I'm asking for. I haven't had a meeting yet with a trooper or a captain, major, anything in reference to how we're going to do it. So I'm still waiting.
Yeah, one of the questions before the appeals court, one of the judges asked the attorney for Texas, how all do you think this law is going to be enforced? How will things work?
Well, yeah, the understanding is that we're not going to deport anybody. It's because that all depends on a judge. You know, what I understand is we have to apprehend one and write them up for trespassing, and then he'll be magistrated. It's a state law, and if the court takes a long time, eventually I won't have any more space for immigrants nor criminals that are in this area.
Now, Sheriff, the head of the Border Sheriff's Coalition, the Sheriff of Hidalgo County, he said that he thinks they aren't equipped to be immigration agents and do the kind of work that SB 4 is calling for. Over the years, many sheriff's departments have had 287G programs, though. That's allowed them to work with ICE or call ICE when they're dealing with a suspected undocumented migrant. It's not the exact same as SB 4, but do you agree with him that deputies aren't really equipped to do the kind of work that SB 4 in particular is calling for?
Well, the deputies are not really trained for immigration work, but we do work with immigration. We work with ICE, which is SSI. We work with U.S. Marshals, and we do work with other agencies, and it's very important for us to work together. And that's the main thing. We'll work with that because we have deputies, but some of the deputies that we have are kind of new. They don't stay long with us 2 or 3 years, and they change. But we do. I feel very confident. I retired from the Border Patrol, and I feel very confident that we're going to have a lot of assistance from the ICE department, from the marshals, and of course from the state, the troopers.
A couple months ago, I read that you'd said that you were afraid of the high number of people coming, especially of the certain types of people that might be among them. I wonder, can you compare what you're seeing now as a sheriff in Maverick County, 2023, 2024, to what you dealt with as an agent back after 9/11?
Yeah, before that, it was just simple immigrants that were coming to work, and not in big groups. You can tell there was just regular people that are coming here to work and not to stay. The majority were not here to stay. But now this changed a lot. This is kind of like it opened doors, and people were coming here to stay. And of course, with that, the criminal element took advantage, and we had drugs coming through here, burglaries, and we had one situation where an immigrant from Honduras raped one of the senior citizens female. She was like 74 years old. So it changed a lot. Very different.
Along the Rio Grande River in the Eagle Pass area is a 47-acre park, Shelby Park, where state law enforcement erected concertina wire on top of shipping containers, blocking migrants from entering. While there was a legal fight over access to the park between the federal government and state government, the Supreme Court eventually said the federal government, in this case Border Patrol agents, could go ahead and cut down that concertina wire. But no one ever said specifically that Governor Abbott couldn't simply order troopers and state law enforcement to put more wire back up. It appears the wire hasn't been cut down, and the flow of people since has shifted west to Arizona and California.
I feel bad for the mayor because they had a lot of activities that was going to happen. Usually this month, they have fiestas, and they call it fiestas, and so forth. Of course, I don't know if they're going to lose any money. But if it's working, that's fine. I mean, as long as it's working, send them somewhere else, fine. Anything that works.
Anything that works to stop. So what do you mean by that? Because there was a big fight between the Biden administration, right, and local officials there, state officials there, I should say, about how things were being handled at Shelby Park, and the high court saying, that they could go ahead and cut down that concertina wire, but then it didn't end up being cut down really by the Border Patrol, I guess. It was left up maybe. I don't know what the status is. But even though that wasn't done, by the federal government, that was done by the state government, right? Those troopers and state folks put up that wire and put those shipping containers on there. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Well, I don't think that the wire stopped anything because they were still coming, even the wire was there and so forth. I think that the state government had several meetings with the state government from Mexico. I think they had a lot to do with it too. Not just the physical thing. But I think that had worked a lot. I know that the Governor Abbott had a meeting with the president from Mexico, so maybe they helped that out 100%.
And I know you've been talking to people who live in Maverick County, but also probably some migrants yourself, or maybe you've heard from your deputies about what migrants say. What are you hearing about why people are here, where they want to go once they're here, what they want to do?
They don't want to stay here in the border. They're not want to stay here. They're not looking for staying here. They're going up north. A lot of people are saying they're going to go to New Jersey, Chicago, some other states, up north. That's what they want to go, and they're asking because they want to find a job over there. They think there's another job. They think there's good money, but they know that here on the border, we don't have a lot of jobs for especially for the immigrants. So that's what I hear, that they want to keep on going north.
And are you hearing that a lot of people are not just from like Northern Triangle countries and Mexico? These folks are from all over the world. We've seen that on video, but
yeah, exactly. They're all over the world, and the majority of the people that are coming in have no skills. So I don't know. I think they're going to have a hard time trying to find a job. The only jobs they're going to find are going to be hard labor. But not they don't have any skills.
Has this been frustrating at all to you, seeing the high numbers of people, or watching the political fight in D.C., between Congress and the White House? Yeah. Have you been frustrated, and what would you want to have happen?
What I see over there in D.C., that for them to get together and find a solution and work together. Don't turn it into a political issue, because this situation is already out of control. So, and the law enforcement officers like us, we're in the middle, trying to see what's going to happen. So if they can work together, really, really work together, I think they would have a solution right away, and this problem would stop. But it had to take the two parties to find some kind of solution.
Did you think that border bill that the Republicans said didn't go far enough? Would you have liked to have seen that passed, or no?
Well, I don't know the details, but if that was the solution, I'm hoping, for the situation to keep on going on and on and on. So I don't know if they're waiting for the elections or something like that, but still, we have months ahead of us.
Sheriff Tom Schmerber, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If we've learned anything from the headlines, it's that unexpected things happen too often. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better, and your gut knows that time is short to prepare for what's around the corner next. My Patriot Supply has helped over 2 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar-powered generators, water filtration units, emergency medical supplies, and heirloom seeds. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she acts like she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I am so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/bone or text BONE to 511-511. Text BONE to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text TIP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text TIP to 42424. That's TIP to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 21st, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The House Oversight Committee and Judiciary Committee holding a joint hearing on Wednesday in the impeachment inquiry into President Biden's family business dealings. Fox's Kevin Cork's got all the details.
Former Biden business partner Tony Bobulinski citing a few examples of alleged perjury from Hunter Biden in sworn testimony last month. In fact, he accused him of a few lies. He said the timeline of his business relationship with that Chinese company, CEFC, was all wrong. He also said Joe Biden's interactions with his business associates, he didn't tell the truth about that, claims Bobulinski. He also said that Hunter lied about a threatening text message he sent a Chinese businessman in which he demanded payment and claimed that his dad was seated right next to him.
House Democrats in the White House claim House Republicans haven't shown a specific crime the president committed. And Georgia executes a convicted killer.
Willie James Pye was given a lethal injection Wednesday evening. He'd been convicted, along with another man, of abducting his former girlfriend, raping her, then shooting her to death in 1993. The other defendant was sentenced to 5 life prison terms.
Fox's Jack Callahan. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company, morning 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
In Northeast Philadelphia, you ought to be able to play a high school football game. Well, apparently they don't believe you can. It's not safe for the parents, the students, the referees, the players, and everybody else. Come on, Father Judge and Lincoln. There's a new mayor. Don't you think you would go to Sherelle Parker and say, here's our problem. What can you do to ensure safety? Is a mayor going to say, that's just the way the world is now? Well, then why the hell isn't Philadelphia just shut down then?
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. Know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made, This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Free speech lives here with Don Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Records across the board on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow gained 401 for its 15th record close of the year. The Nasdaq up 203 for its third record close of 2024. And the S&P 500 up 46, closing above 5,200 for the first time ever. Its 19th record close of the year. Fed Chair Jerome Powell confirming Wednesday that for now, the Fed is leaving its benchmark interest rate unchanged. He said inflation is eased and the labor market is strong.
But inflation is still too high. Ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain.
Powell says the Fed still expects to make 3 rate cuts later this year. And the social platform Reddit makes its Wall Street debut today, pricing its IPO at $34 a share, valuing the company at around $6.4 billion. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Parts of Haiti are lawless, with no government in place anymore, after the prime minister, who's not even in Haiti, resigned.
People of Haiti, wake up.
That man's among the many residents distraught in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, where gangs have taken control, fighting each other in violence that's left innocent civilians among the dead.
The situation Haiti faces is tragic. It's a crisis of epic proportion that's been building for a long time now, and it has no easy solutions to it.
Republican Senator Marco Rubio posted this on X.
Our number one priorities are, number one, U.S. citizens and their loved ones who are there, maybe trapped, unable to get out. It's important that we secure their well-being. We're also concerned, obviously, for the poor people of Haiti who are suffering. But again, there's not a lot of good options in the short term when you have roving gangs of maniacs who are killing and slaughtering people. And the hope is that they'll be able to bring some stability there through some security force that is supposed to come eventually from Kenya.
In the meantime, several hundred Americans have found a way out, but it is not easy. We take you now to the border there.
So this is the main border crossing out of Haiti into the Dominican Republic in Dajabon.
Brian Yenes is a Fox News national correspondent near a Dominican market where Haitians can go to find much-needed food and supplies.
Super important for the Haitians considering what's happening in their country, but also it is an exit point for foreigners, particularly Americans, to get out of Haiti. So what we've been seeing here is a very controlled situation. The Dominican military and their version of the Border Patrol CESFRONT has the situation controlled here. We have not seen a mass exodus of Haitians in this area. We are about a 6-hour drive away from Port-au-Prince and about a couple hours away from Cap Haitian. And so these are the two cities in which we've seen most of these, seen a lot of the action, but that's, we've seen, about 400 Americans who have used this border crossing to leave Haiti. And the State Department has, told Americans that are traveling by land to border crossings like this one to travel at their own risk. This is a lot of it is gang-controlled territory, and to keep a low profile.
Yeah, let's get into what's happened in Haiti. You mentioned the capital. Port-au-Prince is where the biggest problems have occurred with gangs overrunning the streets and overrunning neighborhoods, taking over. Is there much government left in Haiti, in the capital?
No, as a matter of fact, there aren't really any elected officials at all that are in any position of power to govern. So right now what you have is a Haitian capital that is 80% under the control of gangs, and it's not just one gang, it's many gangs. Up to 200 rival gangs are now in control of the Haitian capital of Port-au-Prince. And the one name everyone talks about is Barbecue. Jimmy Cherzet is the top gang leader, reportedly, and his name is Barbecue. That's his nickname. And so there are fractions we are already seeing of different gangs that are taking to the streets, and not only are they attacking one another, they're attacking civilian infrastructure. Schools, police stations, government buildings have all come under attack as these gangs battle one another. And the latest crisis really started on February 29th when Barbecue, the gang leader, started to launch these attacks against government infrastructure in a way in which there were left, bodies were left on the public streets, and the crisis really kind of took a new foothold. And he did this to force the Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, to resign. And so the Prime Minister said that he would, while he was outside of the country, he would resign once a transnational council of Haitians that represent different political groups was put together to choose a new president and effectively choose a new government. There is no acting real parliament, no acting president or prime minister at this point with the resignation of Ariel Henry that can control the Haitian people or the government and bring peace. And so in that power vacuum, you've got 200 gangs that are rivaling one another, and this is where you're getting the violence. And there is no guarantee that these gangs are going to respect any new government that's put in place.
How is the U.S. dealing with that? How can we get Americans or others who are trapped there in the capital out? We did have the military go in to deal with embassy employees, right, and staff at the embassy, but that's all the military's done. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, and therein lies the interesting situation here with how the State Department is handling this, because the initial conversation last week towards the end of last week, was, you know what, Americans, we have told you for the last 4 years, it is a level 4 State Department warning, do not travel to Haiti. We've warned you. There were no active evacuation plans last week to get Americans out. And then over the weekend, all of a sudden, we saw the one and only charter flight as of now from the State Department, organized by the State Department, take off from Cap Haitien with over 30 Americans on board. But since then, all we've heard from the State Department is that they are continuing to explore safe evacuation routes out of Haiti. But there are about 1,000 Americans who remain stranded in Haiti. The Marines have gone into Haiti, but only to evacuate non-essential staff from the Port-au-Prince U.S. Embassy. So ultimately, you've got American civilians who have been left to their own devices to travel at their own risk by land, or to reach out to rescue nonprofit organizations like Project Dynamo, or like we've seen with Republican Corey Mills, who took it upon himself, a combat veteran, to lead 2 rescue operations to save at least 23 Americans. So at this moment, the State Department, over the last 5 days, continues to say that they're exploring evacuation options, but we have not seen any new charter flights of any significance, and the U.S. says they're now trying to get more evacuation options secured between the Port-au-Prince and into the Dominican Republic, the capital of Santo Domingo, its closest neighbor, and from there, Americans would then have to, on their own, figure out a way to get out of DR.
Obviously, Haiti's a poor country, and they've had a lot of problems in the past with hunger and humanitarian crises. This certainly is going to add to that. Can any humanitarian supplies get into Port-au-Prince or even Cap Haitien?
Yeah, the United Nations has opened, there have been containers of humanitarian aid, and the UN does have a way to get containers of aid inside of Port-au-Prince into Haiti. But the United Nations has been warning for a while now that they are in dire need of more money and of more help. It's something like $640 million worth of humanitarian aid is what the UN says Haiti needs, and they've only received less than 10% of that money that the UN says this nation needs to provide the kind of aid to Haitians who desperately need it right now. We're talking about 1.4 million Haitians who face famine, over 360,000 Haitians who have been displaced in their own country. You've got the violence, you've got no working government, and you've got a situation now where it's dire. You speak to Haitians here in the market in Dajabon, Dominican Republic. Again, this is the location where we are is really critical because there is a binational market that allows Haitian migrants to come in for a day, a couple days a week, and to buy and sell the goods they desperately need. And they come by the thousands and go right back to their country. It's an important market for them right now, but we spoke to some Haitians there who said, frankly, they do want an international police force to go in and take care of the gangs. And you can also see on their faces, they are tired. It is, one woman told me, she's got 6 kids and she lives in one room. She has no house. And she says it's just crisis after crisis. They put in a new president and then there's another president after. She was just so exhausted by it all. But she is still pleading with the international community to help. And then Dominicans say the international community has to come in and help, and then they hopefully that the Haitian government, new government, can work with the DR, its closest neighbor, to kind of turn the page and try to get after what has been just crisis after crisis, particularly over the last 15 years.
Brian, who would lead an international force that would go into Haiti? I mean, I know that Caribbean leaders are working to try to come up with some sort of a transitional government. How much does the U.S. get involved in this international force?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a U.S.-led effort to bring Caribbean leaders. There was a conference in Jamaica in which they decided to negotiate with Haitian political groups and to create a transnational council who then will decide how to move forward with general elections, which have not taken place in Haiti since 2016, and how to move forward with installing or putting in a new president and a new government. So that is being led in part by the U.S. and with other Caribbean nations. And then in terms of the international police force, that is being led by Kenya. Prime Minister Ariel Henry was actually visiting Kenya at the time in which all of this started here on February 29th, and he was talking to them and pleading with them to bring an international force. Now, Kenya had agreed last year that they were going to be doing this, but it has stalled for various reasons. Funding and concerns domestically with Kenya about whether or not they should be even doing this and why they would be doing this. Even recently, there's been some concerns about U.S. funding for this force. But the Kenyans still say, the Kenyan president says that they still plan on leading an international police force, but there are no guarantees here, and there's a lot of skepticism that a new transnational council will get it done, that they'll come to some consensus, and that a new government can ever be formed that will get the respect of some 200 rival gangs. So a lot of questions left here, and you know all of that. Also logistical questions as to how this is going to happen, because the Dominicans want nothing to do with getting involved in any kind of an armed conflict or even the appearance of an armed conflict with their neighbor.
There is a concern. All the chaos in Haiti could lead to an exodus of Haitians fleeing to the U.S. We have seen that before. You may recall the controversy in 2021 when more than 10,000 Haitian migrants gathered under a bridge at the Mexican border in Del Rio, Texas. Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has deployed crews off the coast to intercept any boats carrying Haitian migrants.
Florida Fish and Wildlife officers interdicted a vessel that had 25 illegal immigrants, potential illegal immigrants from Haiti. In their boat, in their vessel, they had firearms, they had drugs, they had night vision gear.
Governor DeSantis has also threatened to fly Haitian migrants to Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts, something he's controversially done before with other migrants who are here illegally.
Absolutely, we can see an influx. It hasn't happened yet. The Dominican border authorities here, I tell you, it has not happened yet. But that always remains a possibility. As that situation gets worse, people are going to be wanting a way out. There are up to 1 million, maybe 2 million. There isn't really an official number of Haitian migrants who have found life and are living in the Dominican Republic because they simply cannot live in Haiti. And there's been over 100,000, about 150,000 Haitians who've come to the U.S. over the last couple of years. So Florida is preparing for a potential exodus, but so is the Dominican Republic. The president here has spent the last couple of years building a border wall, 100 miles worth of border wall that we visited. And you also have the Dominican government continuing its deportations. The United States is concerned about an exodus, but you better believe that Haiti's closest neighbor, the Dominican Republic, is extra concerned, and they have made border security a high priority. So right now, no mass exodus, but they are prepared for anything at this point, with the gangs still very much in control of Haiti's capital.
Brian Yinnes, Fox News national correspondent, who has a front row seat to the crisis in Haiti right along the border in Dajabon in the Dominican Republic. Brian, thanks very much for joining us.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See ConsumerCellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Fellow Americans, former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. Market instability and soaring debt have put your retirement at risk. For protection, I recommend diversifying into physical gold from Advantage Gold, a 5-star rated gold company I've used for years. Their customer service is unmatched. Call 800-741-GOLD now and say Jason Hansen sent you and get a free 2024 gold investing kit. Again, call 800-741-GOLD.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
6 homes in Montgomery County were damaged yesterday evening after a 3-alarm fire. The United Nations says Sudan is on course to become the world's worst hunger crisis. A man was sentenced yesterday for his role in a fight that led to a mass shooting on South Street in 2022 that killed 3 people and injured 11.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have? Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service. 610-430-1500. Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Congressional leaders still trying to reach an agreement on a $1.2 trillion spending plan to avert a partial government shutdown this weekend. New York Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis on Fox's Your World with Neil Cavuto.
I think that it will get done. I don't know how I will be voting, quite frankly, Neil.
Really?
We have not seen any text of the language. I mean, how can we make a decision if we haven't even seen the bill?
The House holding a public hearing Wednesday on alleged Biden family influence peddling. New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with Hunter Biden associate Tony Bobulinski.
Did you watch him steal something?
Corruption statutes, RICO and conspiracy.
What is it? What is the crime, sir? Specifically.
You asked me to answer the question. I answered the question.
No.
Chico, you're obviously not familiar with.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
There could be changes coming to the gridiron. On Wednesday, the NFL's competition committee proposed a 15-yard penalty for any hip drop tackles. The NFLPA released a statement saying it is against the proposed rule. And a new kickoff rule was proposed that would still have the ball placed at the 35-yard line for the kickoff, but players on the kicking team would line up at the opposing team's 40-yard line. Those players cannot move until the ball either hits the ground or the player in the landing zone, which is defined as the area between the goal line and the 20-yard line. The proposal would be for 1 year only and will be considered next week at the annual league meeting. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I'm taking the bait and I'm going chalk in my bracket this year. And I'm basing this on odds. I'm just taking the odds of seeing what we saw play out in the regular season continue through this bracket instead of the chaos that we saw last year. I'm not seeing a Florida Atlantic make that same run, or a San Diego State even. Odds since 1985. 38 tournaments. They've been won by just 19 different teams. 23 of the 39 tournaments, they've been won by UConn, Duke, UNC, Kentucky, Nova, or Kansas. Nearly 87% of the last 38 tournaments have been won by a 5 seed or higher. I don't think the cream of the crop in this bracket is going to let me down in the same way we saw the bracket play out a year ago. I don't mind if it happens, but I'm not going to bet on it.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. In a unanimous decision by policymakers, the Fed has left interest rates unchanged, but also stuck to its forecast for 3 rate cuts this year and raised its economic growth forecast through the next 3 years. President Biden has vowed not to touch Social Security and Medicare, but his Republican colleagues are taking another approach in their fiscal 2025 budget proposal. The Republican Study Committee, made up of about 80% of House Republicans, is calling for the Social Security eligibility age to be tied to life expectancy. And they're also suggesting reducing benefits for top earners who are not near retirement. Apple is expected to be sued by the Justice Department as soon as today for violating antitrust laws. The suit is expected to accuse the world's second most valuable tech company of blocking its rivals from accessing hardware and software features of its iPhone. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Are you a caregiver that lives in Delaware County? The Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources presents the 2024 Caregiver Academy Series. Join us for a series of meaningful, activity-focused information sessions on respite care for your loved ones. Presentations take place on April 9th, April 23rd, May 7th, May 21st, June 4th, and June 18th at the Good Neighbor Senior Center in Sharon Hill, PA, from 4 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. Call 484-540-0372 to register today.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife, Bev, and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help. Find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-990-8755 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-990-8755. That's 800-990-8755. What do you have to lose? Call 800-990-8755. Again, 800-990-8755.
You're invited. Celebrate Citizens Fanatic Birthday on Sunday, April 21st at 1:35 when the Phils take on the White Sox. And kids 14 and under receive Fanatic mittens. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us for April baseball that's sure to rock when the Rockies visit CBP on Monday, April 15th and Tuesday, April 16th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, April 17th at 6:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, March 21st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Anthony DiRenzo, our associate producers. On the eve of Radiothon.
Yeah.
Travis Manion Foundation. Don, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Are you ready for tomorrow? It's a long day.
I know.
It's a long day. How you feeling?
Can I make it till 5 o'clock?
How are you feeling? Yeah. You're a trooper, buddy.
If I die, I die. I think that was what the Russians said to Apollo in Rocky IV.
Ivan Drago. If he dies,
he dies. We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. A big take featuring Google, the game changer. Wait till you hear what's been going on behind closed doors at that Silicon Valley giant. We'll get to that. Also, chaos on Capitol Hill yesterday. Sans Hunter Biden. It was such a charade, I thought about doing the big take on it, but nothing was really resolved. So we'll just get to that at the bottom of the hour.
It's a clown show.
It's like a circus.
The whole thing's a clown show.
Unbelievable. AOC putting on a performance for the ages.
Our taxpayer money funding this crap.
Yeah. Also, Trump derangement syndrome on full display yesterday from one man who just couldn't wait until Donald Trump's youngest child became an adult. We'll get to that story. Also, some other stories in Florida with Trump at the Florida primary. Bob Casey and defund the police. And Nashville. How about this story? Remember our buddy, our friend, our pal from the Nashville shooting? And the manifesto that was never released? It's on the verge of coming out 1 year later. We'll get to that story as we continue. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:03. The great Emmy Award-winning Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning. This Thursday morning, a chillier day ahead. We're starting out at 31 degrees right now. And we are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live by Anderson Mechanical AMC this morning. We want to update you as fire crews, a huge fire in Montgomery County, damaged 6 homes, displaced 6 families. Fire crews worked to stop that 3-alarm fire in Montgomery County late last night. And this fast-moving fire engulfed a number of homes there on the 200 block of 2nd Avenue. This is Royersford Borough. And they urged the public to avoid that area as the fire crews were trying to get it under control. And roads around the area obviously were shut down. Fire started around dinner time, so we don't have word of the cause, but we know many families have been displaced by that.
I'm sure it was easy for it to spread because of that wind last night, right?
Yeah, it was so windy.
It was howling.
Oh, it was awful.
So it was a tough fire for them to try to put out. 40 homes still without power and impacted. We don't have any injuries reported. However, those families displaced, Red Cross helping out, area churches, a lot of people coming together in the community to donate items because these families have lost everything. So we don't have a word of a cause of a fire, by the way, of this fire. So still looking into that one. We also have another fire, and this is a discovery early this morning. There was a call to put out a garage fire. This is Southwest Philadelphia in the Eastwick neighborhood. Led to a gruesome discovery early this morning. Firefighters responding to that garage fire. This is South 77th Street, right near Estee Avenue. Early this morning, they found a charred body inside this garage. So they're now working to ID the victim, and the garage is said to be used for storage. So firefighters, at first when they got there, they just thought it was a random garage fire. They get it under control. That's when they started searching and found, unfortunately, the charred remains of somebody. So disturbing discovery there. We had the principal of Northeast High School, as expected, addressing the community, speaking out publicly for the first time in the wake of the school bus stop, SEPTA bus stop shooting that injured 8 students from Northeast High earlier this month. And those students continue to recover in stable condition. And it comes a day after authorities arrested that 4th suspect we've talked about in the shooting that took place at the bus stop there in Burholm back on March 6th. So the Northeast High School principal, Omar Crowder, speaking out, and among other things saying, don't let this define you, but acknowledging that even though he's saying don't let this horrific shooting of our students define you, acknowledging that 199 students in Philadelphia were shot within the last year.
That's just way beyond unacceptable.
30,
almost 200.
Almost 200, and 33 killed. So acknowledging that and talking about the crime in Philadelphia, high crime, high violence, and so acknowledging that one. Other headlines I'll give you: yesterday, as expected, the Federal Reserve held those interest rates steady, opting to keep rates highly elevated as they say progress toward lower inflation has stalled, and that move pushes back rate cuts that the central bank expects to make sometime this year, but the Fed stuck to its previous projection of 3 rate cuts by the end of 2024.
Oh, so we have inflation stalling, a.k.a. Bidenomics failing, and I also read yesterday that gas prices are on the uptick again.
Indeed.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and we talked about this, the fresh inflation data showing inflation did tick up last month, and that's part of why they're holding this steady. So the projection is by June, and so how fast could those rate cuts happen? We'll continue to follow that one. A lot of news yesterday, national news that I won't get into. I will headline that Judge Scott McAfee ruled yesterday. Former President Donald J. Trump, 8 other co-defendants can seek review of his decision not to disqualify Fulton County DA Fani Willis. And so that was expected as well. So we're talking about that one moving forward. I do want to get to the forecast because even though it is spring, man, it feels like winter again. So we're looking at wintry weather today, 44 degrees. And as Greg had said, it is blustery out here. So bundle up. If you're headed out this morning, don't expect that it even feels as warm as it has been, for example, yesterday. So 44 the high. It will not feel like 44 because of the whipping winds. So bundle up a bit. A taste of winter on this Thursday morning. Tomorrow, 51 degrees for the Travis. Not that we'll be hiking outside or anything of that nature, but heading out the door for the big Travis Mannion-thon here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 51 degrees for you tomorrow. Enjoy it because heavy rain and raw weather moves in Friday night into Saturday, and we could see heavy, steady rain starting out your Saturday, affecting driving conditions. Some areas could see up to 2.5 inches of rain. Yeek.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, by this rate, I'll be golfing by May.
You need the indoor golfing.
I do.
That's what you need. Well, we are sponsored this morning by Anderson Mechanical Corporation, and we just can't speak highly enough about AMC sponsoring our news in Kayal & Company News Live, a wealth of experience and dedication to their field. The professionals at AMC, they take pride in properly maintaining and repairing their customers' home. They are passionate. They're going to do a great job. Call them today. Schedule a spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Thank you, AMC. Thank you, Anderson Mechanical, for sponsoring our first news of this Thursday morning, Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:10 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to the last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa. The Big Take, Google, the gigantic game changer. For a few months here on Kayal & Company, we encouraged you to use DuckDuckGo as your search engine app instead of sites like Google. They won't track your searches. They are local. and they are the complete opposite of Google when it pertains to slanted search results and political bias. Earlier this week, we told you how a study from Media Research Center revealed that Google was found to have been involved with election interference 41 times since the 2008 presidential election. And every single time they favored the far-left candidate who was the frontrunner for office. They buried search results for Republicans and also treated people like RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and Bernie Sanders differently. We've also been following the epic disaster that has been Google's AI chatbot and how woke Gemini has been. As I've told you all along, my biggest concern with artificial intelligence is not so much the machines or the robots, but it's the human input element. And we have further proof of just how tainted tech giant Google really is. Google is quite possibly the biggest threat to anybody center of left or right of center. They meddle in elections. They put left-wing ideology and indoctrination into their search results. And more importantly, they alter facts in history. In my opinion, you can quit wasting your time on Bud Light or Tyson Foods. If you're going to boycott anything, boycott Google. They're a far bigger concern than a beer company or a food plant. A former Google employee has now come out and said how the Silicon Valley giant had a code red meeting and ChatGPT led executives to take shortcuts in Gemini's AI launch. The whistleblower said Google's AI was pushed up to leadership despite warnings, and executives abandoned the fairness to launch the product. House Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio is not having any of it. Here's a summary of what Jim Jordan is saying and hoping to accomplish. This is from Fox Business with Stuart Varney and Kelly O'Grady. Listen and watch this.
Documents from Google on its Gemini AI program and what role the government has had in it. Kelly O'Grady has the story. She's been following this for a long time. What is Congressman Jim Jordan accusing Google of?
He's accusing Google of working with the White House, essentially to build bias into that Gemini product. So the House Judiciary Committee is subpoenaing all the communication regarding the Gemini project with the executive branch or any affiliated parties. And this is part of an ongoing investigation into how deep the Biden administration's ties with big tech go. So this was interesting. Google itself has admitted to designing Gemini within the guidelines of the White House's October order regarding AI. They were even consulting external groups specifically because their expertise aligned with that executive order. Now, for some context, Biden's order said this: artificial intelligence policies must be consistent with my administration's dedication to advancing equity and civil rights. My administration cannot and will not tolerate the use of AI to disadvantage those who are already too often denied equal opportunity and justice. So consequently, the committee is concerned Google may be building bias into Gemini, right? You get a female pope, a black George Washington. The company's long been accused of bias with a workplace culture that promotes certain views. That's according to one former Google employee we talked to who claims he was fired in 2019 for voicing conservative opinions. He's warning what impact that culture could have on AI.
Google, from my perspective, is hell-bent on presenting the world through only one lens and one prism, a left-wing, non-factual fantasy world. They don't even allow those who search for information on their website to be remotely attracted to another viewpoint, a different political affiliation, or a particular way of life. This is about systematically phasing out conservatism, brushing Republicans with a broad brush of negativity, and further building a one-way street of political ideology. They would love nothing more than to have a world full of progressives by the year 2032, much like the Biden administration's dreams of getting rid of gas-powered automobiles by 2032. More on that story coming up later in Kayal and Company. But here are some more details from this Fox Business story. Quote, Google abandoned fairness and took major shortcuts to launch the Gemini AI chatbot despite internal concerns, according to a former high-level employee. Before release, Gemini, formerly known as Bard, underwent an AI principal review. The experts responsible for reviewing the model said it was unsafe and Google should not turn the AI on. According to the source, then Director of Responsible Innovation Jen Janai allegedly edited the responses and pushed the product up to leadership despite these warnings. And Resin previously reviewed internal projects to ensure compliance with Google's AI principles before it was disbanded. Janai said her decision was sound because it was a preview product, and review steps for demos were not typical. Still, the Google source who spoke with Fox News under the condition of anonymity said her claim was 100% BS. Some employees wanted to examine Bard's data sets and embeddings because some initial results were, quote, concerning. One employee even suggested building a tool to determine what the data inside the model had learned, the source claims. They said, no, F it. We got to get to market because we are losing to ChatGPT, the source claimed. So you can't let a rival out-woke you. Hurry! We got to get to market. We're losing the woke wars. But it goes even deeper. Yesterday, the Free Press had a featured column titled, Google's woke AI was not a mistake. We know. We were there. Former employees saying, quote, I walked around every day at work, policing my own actions and language. Google's culture is broken, former employees tell the Free Press. The Free Press goes on to write the following, quote, it was a display that would have blown even Orwell's mind. Search for images of Nazis, and Google's AI chatbot shows you almost exclusively artificially generated black Nazis. Search knights, and you get female Asian knights. Search popes, and it's women popes. Ask it to share the Hutai slogan or define a woman, and Google's new product says it will not in order to prevent harm. As for whether or not Hitler or Elon Musk is more dangerous, the AI chatbot says that is complex and requires careful consideration. Ask it the same question about Obama and Hitler, and it will tell you the question is inappropriate and misleading. The world has been horrified and amused by the extreme ideological bent of Gemini, Google's much-hyped new AI tool, with the company launching it last month. But Sean McGuire, who was a partner at Google Ventures, the company's investment wing from 2016 until 2019, has a different reaction. He says, quote, I'm not shocked at all, he told the Free Press. When the first Google Gemini photos popped up on my X feed, I thought to myself, here we go again. And of course, because I know Google well. Google Gemini's failures revealed how broken Google's culture is in such a visually obvious way to the world. But what happened was not a one-off incident, McGuire says. It was a symptom of a larger cultural phenomenon that has been taking place over the company for years. McGuire is one of multiple former Google employees who told the Free Press that the Gemini fiasco stems from a corporate culture that prioritizes the ideology of diversity, equity, and inclusion over excellence and good business sense. He also goes on to say that these ex-Googlers, as they are called, said that they would be discouraged from hiring white male employees, that DEI is, quote, part of every single thing in the company, and that engineers even had to list the DEI impact for the tiniest of software fixes. All of them agreed that the Silicon Valley giant entered the artificial intelligence race with an upper hand, but has squandered it by cowing to an activist faction in the companies that are more committed to advancing social justice initiatives than making world-class products, end quote. So is it another case of get woke, go broke? Likely won't happen for Google, who is such a giant, but it's worth tracking. Walt Disney, currently $116 a share. Google, $148 a share. Meta, $505 a share. And Netflix, a whopping $627 per share. Google won't go broke, but the mission statement of Google is very clear. It is the eradication of thought, speech, and the marketplace of ideas. They are in bed with the Biden administration and far-left politicians, and they don't even try to hide it anymore. If you are a Republican or just a free thinker, they should be considered by you a major, major threat. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning. If you want to jump in with thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the Kayal & Company comment community. The big take brought to you by Wawa with Wawa's new built-to-order wraps. Oh, yeah, they are here. It's all the flavor you love, wrapped up and ready to move with your day. Try an Italian or the Bacon Ranch Chicken Steak Wrap today, because you got to have a Wawa. I don't know. Maybe Hunter Biden was at Wawa yesterday. That's why he didn't make it to Capitol Hill. We'll get to that story as we continue. Kayal & Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, live here on this Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a number one seed, it's time to go dancing on America's number one sportsbook. This afternoon, I have Mississippi State, BYU, and UNC, just to name a few. Lots of games this afternoon. I love the FanDuel app. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines, and you can even pick who's going to win it all. UConn. Just visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and bet on college hoops until they cut down the net. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue doesn't allow withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hoffman's Exterminating, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles, has been serving Delaware Valley homes and businesses for 34 years, protecting them from pests that threaten our health, food, and property. Hoffman's has also made a commitment to hiring veterans and advancing their post-service careers. Hoffman's is family-owned, prides itself in hiring local, staying local, and supporting the community. Join Hoffman's March 22nd as they support WPHT's Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. Visit them at hoffmansexterminating.com.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Tune in to the one and only Crash-Proof Retirement Show, which continues to outlast all financial radio programs as it has for over 15 years. Sunday at 1 p.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Tonight there's gonna be a jailbreak somewhere in this town. See, me and the boys, we don't like it, so we're getting up and going down.
627, welcome back in. Thursday edition, Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Final normal show of the week, Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon tomorrow. So we will put all the nonsense to the side for tomorrow's festivities and focus on what matters, and that is generating money for the great cause of our soldiers.
There'll still be some nonsense. Don't worry.
A little bit?
Oh,
yeah. We're still going to do like a cut sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have confirmation, Nick Kayal, if, and I put in quotations, President Trump is going to stop by tomorrow?
Yes. Donald J. Trump will join us at 8:30 tomorrow.
8:30,
to motivate you out there.
Gotcha.
To,
Yeah, he's good at
contribute.
motivating. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad.
We're not going to get the Trumpster in normal fashion. It won't
Yeah.
be a Biden bashing fest or anything like that. So we're looking forward to that. And then also Patrick Murphy, who you saw in the debut episode of Kale Pool Karaoke, will call in at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We were going to try to get him live in person, but he will be at Fox News throughout the afternoon doing all sorts of television hits in the afternoon. So looking forward to that. All right, so let's get to what transpired yesterday on Capitol Hill and who did not show up. Hunter Biden did not show up yet again for his public hearing. So a couple of things here. So yesterday you had this hearing which had all the makings of a sideshow circus. You had Representative Jared Moskowitz, Democrat from Florida, who showed up to the Capitol yesterday in his normal suit and attire, but he decided to wear a Putin mask as he's walking through the hallways. Also, Tony Bobulinski, the former Hunter Biden associate, who claims that Hunter Biden was involved in his son's dealings with Joe Biden, sparked tensions early in the hearing when he accused Democratic reps Jamie Raskin and Dan Goldman of New York of lying. Then we had a full-on, fiasco between Bobulinski and AOC over the concept of RICO, whether RICO is an actual crime itself or, as AOC said yesterday, it is a category. It's not a specific charge. Now, a couple of things that come of note from this yesterday is James Comer, who said after the fiasco on X, quote, "In the coming days, I will invite President Joe Biden to the House Oversight Committee to provide his own testimony and explain why his family has received tens of millions of dollars from foreign companies with his assistance." So here's my reaction and thoughts from yesterday. This was, once again, another disaster for everybody. But really what it shows you is Hunter Biden is a coward. I'm just going to call it, and I'm not going to be trying to be a partisan hack here, but Hunter Biden, you, sir, are a coward because this is now the second time you have not shown up. You don't show up yesterday after demanding a public hearing because, as you remember, Hunter Biden said, "I want to do this in public so Republicans can't alter or manipulate or leak little chunks of my testimony that makes their story and their case look more appealing to the media." This after pulling the stunt on the Capitol Hill steps back in December, where you don't go in for your deposition, but you want to have a press conference and a press gathering on the steps. This, to me, was nothing more than another political stunt. And I believe, it's just my opinion, Hunter Biden is a privileged, coward, deadbeat junkie. I don't care about his drug addiction anymore. I don't care. I'm tired of this guy. And I'm also tired of House Republicans where I get all this evidence, but I don't get the smoking gun. How many more episodes and charades do we have to sit through while everybody gets their 15 seconds of fame and their 90 seconds of microphone and camera time on C-SPAN before something materializes with this? And it's not all Republicans' fault. I mean, they can only go where the evidence and the facts take them. But the reality is this. The Bidens are a family of opportunists. They are nonstop liars. They have profited off of foreign companies. They have taken that money, dispersed it into shell companies. Also, people like Anthony Blinken are also guilty, in my opinion. Blinken used to be a Democrat operative, basically, who spearheaded the 51 intel officers that said that the laptop was Russian disinformation. And it was such a waste of time. We still had, yesterday there were Democrats actually still trying to argue and debate who the big guy is. Like, we're well past that. We know who the big guy is. The Biden family members, from top to bottom, took bribes and profited off of the Biden family name. They dropped sanctions. They were greasing regulations. They had burner phones. They had phony email addresses. And we have this debate of, well, RICO, is that a crime or is that a category? Well, here's the crime. Foreign and corrupt practices and bribery. Last time I checked, Alexandria, those are crimes, and they fall under RICO. We have payments that have been labeled as loans, yet Biden family members in testimony have contradicted that, saying there was no loans. These were just $40,000 in a check from China to Joe Biden. And, of course, 10% for the big guy. You know, you go through all of this. And yesterday, what did we get? What do we get for our tax dollars? What do we get for electing these bozos? We get nothing more than Monday Night Raw on Capitol Hill. It was nothing more than a television soap opera. So, I'll say this. I think there's a lot of credibility to Bobulinski. He was ready to go yesterday. And Democrats just wanted to keep stepping over him. And this is my time. And I'm going to retract my time. This, that, and the other thing. I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired with all parties with this. And I know I've seen enough evidence to believe that Biden has been doing what he's alleged to have done, but yet we still don't have the final dagger. And I think for those that don't live it like us, until they see that final dagger, this only plays with people like the three of us here that consume this stuff way beyond a normal, healthy level. So that's my thoughts from yesterday. I know we have some stuff on the cut sheet with AOC, but my God, what a production yesterday was.
What I will say about all of it, first of all, Bobulinski is the best last name ever, so we just love saying his last name.
I do. It rolls off the tongue nicely.
They've tried to destroy him. And what about, those IRS whistleblowers who provided tangible evidence Joe Ziegler, I remember, we talked about, what was that, last summer when those IRS whistleblowers had testified. I found them credible. I always look to motive. What's somebody's motive? And, here is an IRS employee who, and some of these individuals have said they've gone after them, their lives have been ruined, what motivation did they have to come forth? Because sometimes in the past, even though in the past when the whistleblowers, testified against somebody like Trump, they were the hero, the unsung heroes of the universe.
Yep.
But I always look to motive, and I think, to me, those IRS whistleblowers, they were saying that not only did that fit with all of these allegations that these major shell companies were set up, it exposed the influence that a powerful family had. And that was the allegation, that look at how they were influencing other departments that they were not supposed to be, reaching out to, trying to cover things up. I mean, there was a lot of evidence that came out of that. And those whistleblowers, like I say, their lives ruined. Yep. So what motivation? To me, they were very credible. And even though there were attacks on them, I still think their testimony stands as quite powerful.
I agree. And I look at Hunter Biden as well. He's had 3 different opportunities, and he's only shown up for one of them. He's making a fool of Republicans. He's thumbing his nose at the system and an entire party, and that's fine. You want to put on this performance, you have the right to do it. But at what point do we get serious here if you're the GOP? Because James Comer says, well, in the coming days, I'm going to invite Joe for testimony. You really think Joe Biden's going to show up to testify?
No, of course not.
He can't put together a sentence. If anything we learned in the Robert Hur report is he has no recollection of anything in the past. So what is he going to be able to offer from a credibility standpoint or even a defense standpoint to say, oh, I never used my last name as an influence peddling scheme? If he even shows up, which he won't, it's going to be a complete debacle anyway. So
to your point about, Nick, about, you don't see the smoking gun, that too, I would point to those IRS whistleblowers who testified they had searched Hunter Biden's, the cloud, and that had led them to messages with those, CEFC, the China Energy, which is owned by the Communist Party of China executives, and so through the WhatsApp, and so they felt like they had enough there to now lead them to the big guy, to Joe Biden. However, they were cut off.
Yeah.
And so, to your point, on one hand, at best, it appears to me that they don't have that. Were they cut off? Yes, but they still don't have the goods because they were cut off.
It just seems to me that, remember when we saw the story come out of the poll results where, hey, had you have known about the Hunter Biden laptop New York Post story, would you have voted differently in 2020? And a lot of people said yes. I don't remember what the percentage was, but it was some representative sample of people that said, yeah, it might have impacted and flipped how I voted. So if you don't end up nailing Hunter Biden and end up having Hunter Biden end up in jail, or you don't end up impeaching Biden, which, by the way, I don't think either of which will happen, without getting those, quote, and I'm using this in air quotes, these convictions, you're not going to get anybody to vote differently for 2024. Because the casual observer that might know a little bit about the Hunter Biden laptop story, that gets his news from Facebook, is going to be like, another Republican witch hunt. So
this whole thing last night, yesterday afternoon, was it was big online. It was huge on Twitter. It was huge on X or whatever you call it, Facebook.
But not in real life.
I
agree.
And it's just there were. I don't even think Fox News carried most of it. I mean, it was such a bleeping S show that it was. It wasn't. It was just. If you have something on him, do it. Impeach him, whatever. They don't have anything. So you're just getting these two factions of idiots yelling at one another.
I mean, it's like we have so many things that my personal conclusion is they're guilty of what they're being accused of, but you still haven't dotted the final I's and crossed the final T's. And again, I always go back to, well, nobody just gives you millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars or thousands of dollars. Anytime somebody gives you cash in a transaction, it's in exchange for a good, a service, a product. So what exactly changed hands here? We can obviously come to the conclusion that it was bribery, it was influence peddling, it was access to the government to foreign nations. But they still, no matter how much resistance has been provided, and there's been a ton. I mean, heck, you got Hunter just flipping his nose at the whole system. Like, I'm just still waiting for the truly aha gotcha moment where the Biden supporter can't wiggle out the back door. I don't need the aha gotcha amongst Republican friends. I want to be able to say to the Biden voter, the Democrat, the supporter, so now what do you got? Boom. Where are you going to go? You've been pinned in the corner. And that moment hasn't happened yet.
And for the people that are sitting there online and stuff like that saying, the smoking gun is coming, the smoking gun is coming, the walls are closing in. They're lying to you.
Well, they're going to run out of time.
It's not.
Conversely, just like with Trump, I mean, Trump's going to delay all of these cases. None of these things are going to be finalized before the election.
Let's play a little bit of AOC and Mr. Bobulinski. Phil, if you will, start up with cut 8, my friend. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bobulinski, I heard your opening statement. It's submitted to the record, part of our proceedings. I have a quick question. Simple. Is it your testimony today that you personally witnessed President Joe Biden commit a crime?
I believe the fact that he was sitting with me while I was putting together a business
Did you
deal,
witness the president commit a crime? Is it your testimony today?
Yes.
And what crime have you witnessed?
How much time do I have to go through it?
It is simple. You name the crime. Did you watch him steal something?
Corruption statutes, RICO and conspiracy.
What is it? What is the crime, sir? Specifically.
You asked me to answer the question. I answered the question.
No.
RICO, you're obviously not familiar with. Corruption statutes.
Excuse me, sir. RICO is not a crime. It is a category. What is the crime?
It's a category of crimes that you're then charged
You
under
have charges.
A long 100.
You have charges. Sir, please
want me to name the exact statute under RICO?
Yes.
Well, it's funny. In this committee room, everyone's not here. There's over 18
All right, sir. I reclaim my
lawyers
time.
that went to law school.
I reclaim my time.
You guys to
thank
define
you,
the
sir. I
statute
reclaim my
under
time.
RICO.
Clearly, what we are seeing here today is a continuation of the 15-month saga of the Republican majority lost in the desert. Impeachment 101. The majority party, or whomever is raising impeachment, must accuse the president of a high crime, a specific high crime or misdemeanor. I would like to submit to the record HRES 918, the House resolution to open this impeachment inquiry.
Without objection to order.
This resolution does not outline a high crime or misdemeanor. It's not here.
I got to tell you, I think she's actually a troll from another planet that was put here to annoy people and make your brain explode. The RICO statutes, the Racketeer Influence and Corruption or Corrupt Organizations Act, is a United States federal law that provides for extended criminal penalties and a civil cause of action for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization, to which that includes bribery and taking bribes, as well as organized corruption. So the Biden family were peddling their influence, their name, the brand, the Biden brand, right? And receiving financial compensation for that. I mean, to me, Bobulinski came off very prepared there, and AOC is trying to argue that RICO is just a general category. What law school did AOC graduate from? Because she looked like a fool yesterday, and she got roasted. And I know it's just on social media, but she was the sideshow clown of all clowns yesterday.
She went to BU, didn't she?
Did she go to law school? I thought she was a waitress.
I don't know that she went to law school. She went to She graduated from Boston University.
She did, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I've got no interest in her. Go back to waiting tables, clown.
No, I think she's. I mean, I think that she did everything she could. That's just it.
Except she doesn't
try to take
understand
this guy down.
But she doesn't understand the concept of RICO.
Oh, she understands it. She understands it. She's just trying to mess with him. She's trying to say that's not the. What did you see him do? I mean, she's trying to make him look stupid, and she's trying to make it look like he's a liar.
Well, I mean,
and that he never actually witnessed. What did he witness?
Well, Bobolinsky was there when the big guy was on the phone. We've seen text messages on the WhatsApp. Joe was flying Hunter across the globe to these foreign nations. I mean, I don't know what other evidence people need to see. I understand what the goal of AOC is. Her goal is to discredit there and throw a stink bomb and deflect and do the whole bit. I understand the nature of the proceeding, which is a total waste of time and money and everything else for all of us. But my God, I was really going to use that as the big take yesterday, but there was just nothing that materialized more than just the back and forth talking over each other. And here we are again. And Hunter Biden, that's the thing. That's the thing that bothers me the most. 3 times now, and you've only showed up once. You talk about motives. What is Hunter Biden's motive, and what is he trying to hide? If he feels like he has done nothing wrong, I would be at every opportunity to testify publicly, behind closed doors, depositions, you name it. And this guy just clearly doesn't have that in him at this point. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. We'll come back. Trump derangement syndrome on full display because one man officially became an adult yesterday. And he got roasted for it. We're back after this here on Kayal and Company.
The BetPark Sportsbook app is an official betting partner of the PGA Tour. Next up, we got the Valspar Championship. This is in Florida, starting today. So check the BetParks app for all the odds on your favorite golfer. And it's the only app, as you well know, it's the only app I ever recommend. Parks, P-A-R-X. Baseball is back. Can't wait for the regular season to open at the end of this month, coming soon. Join me right now on the BetParks app, the only sports betting app I ever recommend. Love it. Bet on all your favorite sports and make those baseball futures bets right now. You can wager now on who you think is going to win it all this year. So $20, $20 wager on the Fightins pays out $300. On the New York team in pinstripes pays $180. On LA pays $65, and that $20 wager on Houston pays $160. New users, join me. Download the BetPark Sportsbook app now and make a winning $10 sports bet. You get $125 in sportsbook bonuses back. So who wins MVP, Rookie of the Year? It's a lot of fun. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. We've helped over 30,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you have questions, we have the answers. At Wesley Financial Group, we're dedicated to helping timeshare owners get out of their financial nightmare. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-523-3030. That's 800-523-3030. 800-523-3030.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Italia, my favorite destination in the world, Italy. It's called the Grand Event for good reason. Rome, Tuscany, Florence, Orvieto, Siena, Venice, Milan, and the northern Italian lakes region. 12 big days of touring, the kind of dining events that Conservative Tours Tour Company is famous for in Italy. $53.71, that includes your airfare, the Colosseum, the Vatican, Trevi Fountain, Piazza Navona. Fully escorted by my friends at Conservative Tours team in Italy, the Renzo, Romina, and Giuseppe. Call them toll-free at 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. Tuscany beckons, and it's a time to answer. Florence, the history, the beauty. San Gimignano, bustling Siena, and then it's on to the grand finale. Venice, Milan, the pristine resort of Stresa on Lake Maggiore, Bellagio 2. This fall in Italia. Ciao.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua, New Jersey, Saturday, April 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
When you wake up in the morning and the light has hurt your head, the first thing you do when you get up out of bed.
It's Kayal and Company. That's the first thing you do when you get out of bed. You turn us on. 1210 WPHT, Odyssey app, and of course, live on YouTube. Coming up in hour 2 after Dawn's news in the 7 o'clock hour, we will get to a very, very disturbing case of Trump derangement syndrome on full display yesterday from somebody in mainstream media. Also, Donald Trump dominated the Florida GOP primary, but his numbers fell short of 2020. Is that cause for concern for a bigger case moving forward when we get to general election season? We'll get to that story. But also yesterday, the news coming down that the judge in Georgia presiding over the 2020 election interference case against former President Donald Trump announced that Trump and his co-defendants can appeal the order that denied the disqualification of Fani Willis. Fulton County Superior Judge Scott McAfee yesterday issued a certificate of immediate review, allowing Trump and 8 co-defendants to seek an appeal of the order. The defense now has a total of 10 days to submit the application to the Georgia Court of Appeals, which will have 45 days to decide whether they will hear the case from March 15th when the order was issued. Steve Sadow, the lead counsel for the former president, said in a statement yesterday that the judge's decision is, quote, highly significant. The defense is optimistic that appellate review will lead to the case being dismissed and the DA being disqualified. Judge McAfee also said that while the defense pushes to have Willis disqualified, he will continue to address other pretrial motions in the case. So we'll see how this plays out moving forward into April and possibly beyond. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. We'll kick off hour number 2. Dawn has some news for the 7 o'clock hour. And then Mike Singleton of NBC News. Welcome to Kayal and Company. We'll have a little conversation with you, sir. We're back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Steamfitters Local Union 420 is a proud 120-year-old labor organization. We have been providing the petrochemical, nuclear, and energy industry with the safest and most highly skilled steamfitters, welders, and HVAC service techs. Our members have been trained in all aspects of the petrochemical, nuclear, and energy industry so that our welding and rigging procedures exceed the industry standard. Contact Steamfitters Local Union 420 for all of your energy-related needs and visit our website for more information at lu420.com.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Occupied!
Hurry up!
Go away! I'm enjoying my hot shower!
Yeah, we'd all like to. Hot water hog.
That's it, family meeting. We can all enjoy long, steaming, hot showers. Even the last in line, which it seems is always me. But go ahead. Have that imaginary argument of what you should have said. Take your time. With our new high-efficiency Navien tankless water heater, I'll never take a cold shower again. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofy.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofy, we can.
What's Renofy?
Renofy loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renofy, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renofy loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renofy?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renofy. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
At California Psychics, we know that nagging doubts like, how much will a psychic cost? And how will I find the right one? Can stop you from getting the guidance you need. That's why we offer the best psychics at the best value. California Psychics have a wide range of psychics available 24/7, so you can find the one that meets your needs and your budget. If you can't decide, our dedicated customer service team are always available to guide you. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. And what do you know? Most of our customers get everything they need from a reading within that time. Our psychics may surprise you with their ability to offer unique insight on your life situation. In fact, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So, there's never been a better time to take the next step. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Yeah, how do you make it look so easy on the court and get so many back-to-back wins?
It comes down to court domination. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, nobody works harder than Morgan & Morgan in the paint to get the wins. No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Welcome back in. Hour number 2. It is Kayal and Company here on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. Also, some more Donald Trump stories in the news. We will get to the Florida GOP primary results and also another case of Trump derangement syndrome. And also some interesting stuff coming up in the final hour of the show today. I saw a poll that talks about the current state of people's happiness levels based on age. What is going on with the under 30 crowd in America, and why are they so unhappy? But then what changes for Americans when they reach the age of 60 and above? We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit.
Lives interrupted.
Yeah. Yep. I think there's a couple of suspects. We'll get to that for sure. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, let's talk about the news right here in Kayal and Company News Live. We are, looks like 30 degrees right now. Some areas 29 degrees, and it doesn't feel like that with the cool wintry breeze on this spring day, officially spring, but we're heating up to not really 44 degrees today. Let's get to it. We talked earlier this morning, updating you on those 2 different fires, one in Royersford, community really recovering this morning after fast-moving flames moved through that neighborhood of the area of row homes, fast-moving fires. And now we're learning that, in fact, it was a quick-thinking officer, we're told, who was driving by, saw something, called in, and really is being credited with saving the day. So we have to find out more about this individual who we're hearing about. They're saying, if not for a first responder who happened to be driving by, happened to notice something, it would have been much worse. But fast-moving fire, 6 families are now being relocated, asking for donations, the community coming together out in Montgomery County, Royersford, and many different fire companies responding to try to put that thing out last night. And as well, now this turns into a search for answers. What started the fire in the first place? In the neighborhood in Philadelphia, Eastwick, southwest Philadelphia, closer to the airport area, there is a gruesome discovery. This under investigation. Firefighters called in for what they thought was a garage fire in a storage type area. And once they put that out, yes, the discovery of human remains, charred human remains. Quite disturbing for sure. Yesterday we saw the high school principal speaking out in an emotional speech for the first time, by the way, in this emotional speech in which the high school principal at Northeast High, where, of course, 8 students were fired upon, suffered gunshot wounds, and Northeast Principal Omar Crowder addressing news reporters, the public, the community for the first time, what he calls a true tragedy that's historic and hasn't been seen in the Philadelphia school district. So powerful words as he talked about persistent lawlessness in the city of Philadelphia and saying that will not define their high school or their students. And quite a profound speech that was impactful and making headlines this morning in the city of Philadelphia. You know, Nick, I want to point you to, I don't usually do this, but I do want to point you in the direction of the cover of the Philadelphia Inquirer today.
Oh boy, what do we have?
Well, we talk about media and what the media focus is in the Philadelphia Inquirer. So night before last on the Jesse Waters show,
okay,
there was a big interview with a gentleman who I think many has been on here, has done interviews here on WPHT.
Okay, and
if you look at the digital edition, at least of the Philadelphia Inquirer,
I've got the Inquirer's website up right now.
It looks to me like the shot from the Jesse Waters show is almost identical to this officer, and the headline is, in Pennsylvania, in PA, private security companies make their own rules. Some say they're above the law.
Okay, I'm looking at the officer who's strapped to the umpteenth degree. What does that looks like? The picture, what is that, like at a gas station, I would assume?
Yes.
Yes.
So we've talked about this, that we've talked about the fact, and this is Andre Boyer, and he's he's one of the Pennsylvania state agents. So even though they're a state agent, they are trained and there's accreditation through the state.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's a private detective agency.
Yep.
So he was on the Jesse Waters show, and maybe Anthony, I think we have that audio pulled from. We didn't air it this week, but I'll just say this: he was talking about the lawlessness and how they're not going to put up with it.
Yep.
And and really fighting back, African American gentlemen, and so to me, I just want to point this out to you. That is a BS headline.
Yeah, I was gonna
say.
Yeah.
Some say, that is so lame.
Yes.
And to me, when I saw that this morning, it's just bothering me. I had to get this off my chest.
No, by all means, go ahead.
These companies, as we've talked about, there are companies and gas stations and convenience stores who are getting sued.
Yeah.
Lawyers are running ads and putting up billboards saying, hey, if you are the victim of a crime in Philadelphia, that company, if you were on their front sidewalk outside their company, they can sue you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the culmination of living in a lawless society where cops have been told to stand down, cops have been defunded, district attorneys don't prosecute. So if you're a private business like this gas station or any other entity that might be having their bottom line affected because of crime, because of theft, or even the perception of, I don't feel safe going to your establishment, now these people have to hire, and this guy is obviously trained. I mean, he's state certified. He's not like, me standing there with a rifle. And they have to resort to this. And the headline is completely the wrong headline, right?
I believe so.
Of all the headlines you could have published, that's the one you come up with?
It says, when it comes to private security, and they're showing his image, front and center, front. When it comes to private security, Pennsylvania has, in air quotes, the most archaic rules in the country. No one enforcing them.
Mm-hmm.
The result is an anything goes culture that puts guards and the public at risk. This to me is, hey, this guy who's guarding, who has this company, private company, who's working hard and so on. He was on Fox, on Jesse. He's being hailed as a hero on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a counter to that.
Oh, absolutely.
That's, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And it really bothers me. This guy is a hardworking guy, started an agency, fully accredited. He did nothing wrong. The inference when I look at this is, oh, this guy, what's he doing wrong?
Right. It's blame shifting because you don't want to address or acknowledge the root cause.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just thank you for letting me get that.
Yeah.
I don't usually do that in the Kayal and Company news.
Dawn, could you
but
be objective
man,
in your news this
I
morning,
know.
please?
Objectively just getting something off my chest.
This is a program of high integrity.
But I just want to remind you that these companies have said, hey, the reason we're hiring this gentleman or these Pennsylvania SITE agents, state agents, is because we face lawsuits.
Yeah.
And they are being sued, and they ultimately, in court, they're settling the suits.
Luckily, I haven't had to go to an establishment that had an officer like this. But just imagine that. You just, maybe it's a Saturday. You're getting ready to go away for the day with your wife and your kids. You pull into the gas station to fill up the tank, and there's an armed security guard there.
Oh, I feel safer. I'll look for. Look for these places. Especially as a woman driving in the city, which we all do every day. But I think people feel safer, and actually, it's
no question.
Plus, right?
But it's just embarrassing that it's gotten to this point. Like we have to have armed security guards in front of Pump 14.
Yeah.
Jeez. Third world country.
As we look at sports, Philadelphia sports. Sixers, oof.
When does baseball start?
I know.
One week from...
I know they started a game, it was yesterday or 2 days ago over in Japan. That was the official start with L.A. But I need some Phillies baseball.
Yeah.
Sixers can't keep up with Kevin Durant. That's the headline. Suns, we lost to the Suns. The score doesn't look as bad as it was. It's 115 to 102. We lost. But it was like...
Tyrese Maxey had 6 points.
6 points, and finally they just like, hey guys, just sit on the bench.
Yep.
It was just
what a complete S show.
Yeah, I think people are looking forward to baseball and then the NFL draft. we're a two-sport city now. It's about baseball and football. The winner teams just pack it up.
Yeah.
And St. Joe's season ends in OT in a loss to Seton Hall. Villanova drops NIT in the first round matchup with VCU, ending a disappointing season.
Yeah.
For us.
Today's the best sports day of the year, by the way.
I was just going to say that, starting at 12:15.
Yep. March Madness.
Yep.
It's not what it used to be, but it is
games all day long.
It's great.
Yep.
My old man used to pull me out of school on the first day. We would go to Hooters. Starting at age 12, like 12 through 16. We did it for like 5 straight years.
That's amazing.
I would eat wings. He would eat wings. I would drink root beer, and he would drink beer. And then we would go home, and my mom would yell at us.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What a bonding experience.
It's great parenting.
It is.
And then he said, by the way, we're not doing this again tomorrow. So Friday, you're going to school. And I'm like, well, can't we flip it around? I'll just skip Thursday, and then we'll do the Friday thing. So I have a 3-day weekend. Hard to go back to school on Friday.
1 day.
If you've been at Hooters on a Thursday.
Definitely.
Yeah.
At 12.
At 12.
Oh, my God. You must have been drooling.
That's how puberty gets accelerated.
Amazing.
Aaron, Nick's sister, I know you're listening. Please post on social media a picture of young 12-year-old Nick.
Back when I had hair.
I know.
And dreams.
That'd be so awesome if somewhere she could find a picture of you and your dad at Hooters.
Yep.
That'd be so great.
You don't find too many Hooters anymore these days.
It's true.
They're hard to find.
Yep.
I think there's one out in King of Prussia.
Is that still open?
I think it is.
Only Nick would know.
I mean, there was one in Atlantic City a few weeks ago when we went down at the Trop, but those are the only two I know of.
So good.
But then again, I didn't know ShopRite existed in
true.
Montgomery County.
You
So
don't know.
I could be missing it.
It's true.
So real quick, the forecast for you today. Bright sunny skies today and tomorrow. 46 is your high today. A bit blustery with winds up to 20 miles an hour. That's why I say when you look at it, hey, sunny, 46 degrees, but it's not going to feel like 46 because of that 20 mile an hour, the little bit of wind and breeze that we see. Tomorrow for your Friday, 52 degrees and bright sunny skies. Friday night into Saturday. Now, Saturday's high is 56 degrees. The issue on Saturday is definitely the rain. So cloudy, periods of rain, and potentially heavy rainfall that could, in fact, impact travel. So windy, rainy, raw, And the chances of rain for the afternoon, 100%, up to 2 inches of rain expected. So we're talking about a driving rain. So you want to plan accordingly as you think about that. Sunday, definitely the better day. 53 degrees, but we will see the sunshine come out for your Sunday, 53. And then Monday, 56 degrees, bright sunny skies. Looks like early next week, we're back to some nice temperate temperatures with mid-50s, mid to upper 50s, a lot of sunshine. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 to climb in. So the latest case of Trump derangement syndrome came to fruition yesterday. I want to alert people to Mike Sington. He is on Twitter at Mike Sington, Sington. His Twitter profile, reads as follows. Senior executive at NBC Universal, Hollywood's ultimate insider, entertainment, pop culture, and lifestyle expert. He's got about 133,000 followers on Twitter, and he lives in Los Angeles. And he couldn't wait. I believe, Dawn, you mentioned this briefly yesterday, I think in one of your big threes, that yesterday was Barron Trump's 18th birthday.
Yes.
So at 7:44 a.m. yesterday morning, Mike Sington decided to tweet out, Barron Trump turns 18 today. You can see the tweet on YouTube. Thank you. That's great work, Phil. He's fair game now. And there's a picture of Trump and Barron both in suits in front of a big Chevy SUV. And then he ends up deleting that tweet. But apparently he hasn't deleted his old tweets over the years that kind of chronicle his obsession with Barron Trump.
Ew.
Yeah. Go back 8 years ago to February 24th of 2016. Mike Sington tweeted, first kid, rare photo of 9-year-old Barron Trump, son of hashtag Melania Trump, pictured and hashtag Donald Trump. In November of 2019, first son could be a model. A very fashionable Barron towers over his father, who is 6'3". Barron Trump's a very tall kid. And then in July of 2021, he says, leave Barron Trump alone. He's still a child, and he can't help it if he was born into a crime family. And then yesterday, again, he tweeted, Barron Trump turns 18 today. He's fair game now. I would just say this. I have no problem if people in the media go after relatives or family members of politicians who are adults, who are 18 plus, and, oh, by the way, put themselves into the game. I don't know if Barron Trump is on Twitter or Instagram or Truth or X. I certainly don't know. I don't follow him. If he's tweeting at 18 and he's an adult and he's making political commentary, he's fair game. But if he's not, and he just turned 18 yesterday, Mike Sington, can you quit your obsession over what prior to yesterday was a minor? Can we leave certain people out of the filthy, dirty game that is politics? Now, if Barron Trump gets on Twitter and says Joe Biden's a hack and people want to go after him for saying that, then he's fair game. But to me, this is almost stalkerish. And if you're not involved in family politics, I would say just leave those people alone. Like if you're a male or a female, adult or minor, Republican or Democrat, and you're just of the family name, leave those people alone. If they don't want to be involved in politics and they're just involved by default, I would say, step away, especially if they're minors. Like this guy clearly has a history of infatuation with Barron Trump. And Dawn, these are the people I think when we talk about Trump derangement syndrome, this is obviously a guy that has Trump on the brain 24/7. And not surprising. He's a researcher or whatever I said he was at NBC. He lives in LA. He's all about the Hollywood entertainment circle. This is the category of people that can't quit Trump. So I don't know about you. I know he's 18 now, but it seems to me that there's a history here with this guy where I'm like, dude, why don't you dial it back a little bit? Leave the kid alone, right?
Yeah, he just looks like a creepy, he looks like a creepy guy. And I think that I will disagree with you a little bit. I think, remember when Kellyanne Conway, her teenage daughter, who was not 18 yet, but was close to that, was obviously the parent. We now know the parents were going through a divorce, and it was. Even then, I just thought there were people retweeting and kind of using her daughter, and it was just icky to me. And remember, even when Nikki Haley, her daughter, who's in her 20s, and I think it was Vivek, or it was during one of those one of the debates, and to me, leave people's kids, even if they're teenagers or 20s. I don't know. I
think if they jump into the fray, if they start to get involved in politics, even if it's just commentary on social media, then replying back and jabbing and jousting with them is fair game. But to my knowledge, Barron Trump doesn't do that. No. And up until yesterday, he was a minor. I mean, think about this. If you're Mike Singleton, right, and you're obsessed with the Trumps, there's plenty of people you can go after. You can go after Trump. You can go after the former First Lady Melania. You want to go after Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka. Okay, I got you. Fair game. They're involved in the family business. They're involved in politics at a certain level. They offer their opinions. I mean, Donald Jr.'s got a podcast. So I'm all for that. But, to my knowledge, and again, I don't know, maybe Barron Trump's on Twitter. I just never decided to search and see if he was. Leave him out of it, right? Even if I'm saying even once he becomes an adult. If you're not, and I think I was consistent with the Nikki Haley stuff. Nikki's daughter is what you said in her 20s, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't get involved in politics.
Yeah.
Why are you? And I like Vivek, but that was kind of that was kind of a low blow, right?
Yeah. I think it's a turnoff. I think in the case of this guy, Mike Singleton, there's good reason that and he's like you said, he works for NBC. He's a senior executive at NBC Universal, as you said. I don't know who
Not
told
for much
him.
Longer.
Yeah.
Seriously. That was a bad career move. That was a bad career move.
What? So you think NBC will actually reprimand him?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude.
I think Melania is all over it, because if somebody did that, I'm a mom of teenagers. Barron is
really?
Barron is a. I know it's a. I know I've never told you guys that. If somebody, because Barron is a high school senior. He's a high school kid.
Yeah.
And so if I'm Melania.
Yeah.
And that family is protected, by, as far as I know, right, by Secret Service.
Yeah.
I'm putting in a complaint about that, and so I would imagine that NBC noticed that, which is
why
he look for them.
Which is why he deleted
Yes.
the tweet.
He was told to delete.
I can almost guarantee.
Or was the negative commentary too much that he just decided to delete it?
No, I can almost tell you. I can almost guarantee you that a brand manager or whatever they call it over there called them up and be like, delete that tweet right now.
You know what? I got to tell you, I disagree with both of you. I don't think that he was told to do anything. I mean, think about, so we're giving NBC credit.
Yeah.
For
they don't want this PR. They don't want this bad PR.
NBC's one of the same networks that took the bloodbath commentary and ran with it out of complete context.
This is different though.
Really?
Yeah, Don's right. This is way different. There's weird connotations to this. So yeah.
Yeah, and Comcast is. Based here in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
is the owner, the Roberts family. They're not going for this. This is, and like Greg said, there's a creepazoid manner to this.
Oh yeah,
it's like a little pedophilia.
Got an 8-year history of tweeting about the kid.
Yeah, it's
come on, dude.
And to your very point, because what did you do? You looked after he deleted it. You look back at the history. You're going, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think NBC did that, or Comcast? Somebody in HR starts looking at that, going,
he will be fired by next week.
Yeah.
All right.
Or put on leave or assignment until further investigation. Whatever the corporate BS is that they use for it.
Yeah.
All right. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Cut sheet in about 20 minutes. So Donald Trump slipped a little bit in 2024 when it comes to the Florida GOP primary. Is that cause for concern? Does it tell a big picture issue ahead? We'll debate that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I believe today is, I'm so excited. I was out in the lawn yesterday. I was raking, getting ready because the natural lawn guy is coming. And it's really prime time right now, so you got to get in on this. It's this time of year when we need to think about the lawn. Because before you know it, obviously the grass is going to be overgrown with weeds, taking away from the beauty of your home. Swing into spring with my friends at Natural Lawn of America's safer lawn care treatments. Natural Lawn, they've been creating green lawns, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. This is not a one-size-fits-all lawn care company. Natural Lawn certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. And they use exclusive organic-based fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls to give you the results that you want, as well as the peace of mind that you deserve. Locally owned, family operated right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Natural Lawn is competitively priced. They have a satisfaction guarantee. Get started today. Take advantage of their limited time offer right now. Free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. Again, you want to get started now. You get free seeding every year. 1-800-FREE-SEED. You can always visit naturallawn.com. Trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know what happens when a smart group of medical professionals get together and commit to a technology designed to relieve your aching joints without surgery? It's called QC Kinetics.
And this guy knows the power of a solid team. Emmitt Smith, football legend and Dancing with the Stars champ.
This elite medical group, some of them orthopedic doctors, got together and said, why are we prescribing so many medications? Why are we sending so many people to surgery in droves? Let's change this.
The answer? Natural biologics, our own healing properties. And the outcome is the country's largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments, QC Kinetics.
Actually, the real outcome are the tens of thousands of patients who finally got their quality of life back without surgery, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Renowned physicist Sir Isaac Newton's third law of physics states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Frank Cardillo has been a crash-proof consumer since 2015 and knows Newton's law also applies to the stock market. The record high that we've seen in 2024 will be followed by an equal and opposite reaction, a new record low for Wall Street.
I know in life that what goes up must come down, and the more things go up, the bigger the low. The remarkable thing about Crash-Proof is that it is impossible to lose. In the worst of down years, I'm losing nothing, zero. I've received almost 7% interest in the last few years. I'm very comfortable with that. Wall Street eventually will crash. It's only a matter of time. The Crash-Proof retirement system is the best way to protect your assets.
The time to protect your nest egg is now, before Wall Street hits a new record low. Register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on April 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at goguida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.28, Kayal and Company rolling on live here on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What's on the cut sheet? Just about 15 minutes away. Don't forget tomorrow, Radiothon, Travis Manion Foundation. 6A to 7P. Our buddy Sean Farish will join us as the 45th President of the United States at 8:30 tomorrow. And Patrick Murphy, who was in episode 1 of Kayal Pool Karaoke at 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. All right, a couple of things to get to before the cut sheet. I find this to be pretty interesting. So Trump dominated the Florida GOP primary. And I know we're all checked out on the primaries because Trump has secured the nomination. Nikki Haley suspended her campaign. But these practices still go on, and not many people pay attention to them, nor should they, but we will. And I wanted to bring this up because former President Donald Trump, this story from MSN.com, may have captured an overwhelming percentage of the Republican vote in Tuesday's presidential primary, but he was unable to match his own numbers from the last election. So if you were not paying attention to these numbers as they came in throughout various states, in Florida, Donald Trump got 81% of GOP voters to cast their ballot for him. But that's down 12 points from the 2020 primary, where he got 93%. Former GOP candidate Nikki Haley got 14% of the vote, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis drew 4%, though both obviously are no longer in the race. Their names remained on the ballot. So let's think about this for a second. Is this a real cause for concern if you're Donald Trump? Does any of this matter? A couple of quotes here. This was Kevin Wagner, the chairman of the Political Science Department at Florida Atlantic University, which I believe we just recited a FAU poll yesterday on the show. He says the following, quote, "There are some early indicators that Republicans who are opposed to Donald Trump are a little firmer in that position than they would typically be during what we call the consolidation period, when partisan voters tend to come home." They go on to say in this column, Wagner said it's impossible to say whether early voters who sent in their ballots for Haley would have changed their vote after she dropped out. But a vote for Haley, nevertheless, offers some hint at the headwinds Trump might face in the general election. He goes on to say that Haley was a long shot almost from the moment that it was a one-on-one, and so a Haley vote in some ways is always going to be, at least to some extent, a protest vote against the former president. So here's my initial takeaway from this. This reminds me of a lot of the old arcade games that you used to play. Remember Pop-A-Shot and Skee-Ball?
Sure.
And you remember when you would have the clock, and the clock is ticking, and you got to keep firing the baskets or flinging the skee ball up.
Yeah.
And then the clock expires, but there's still 2 basketballs that roll down to you or 2 skee balls that you can fling up and shoot because you put your money in, so you get your money's worth. But it doesn't count on the scoreboard because the clock expired.
Yep.
That's what this reminds me of here. So I look at this, and let's just say it does matter. If it does matter, I think the damning takeaway is that Nikki Haley beat Ron DeSantis in his own state by 10 points at 14% to 4%. But this is a trend, and it's worth observing and paying attention to as we continue this facade of primaries throughout the month of April and beyond. If Trump is losing 8 points here or 12 points there, and you compare 2024 to 2020, you have to ask yourself the question, does that 8 to 12 point reversal from 2020 to 24, does that show up on Election Day, November 5th, 2024? I don't know the answer. I don't think any of us know the answer. I think if we are going to look at primaries and polls, we should be consistent with all of it. But there is a little bit of a pattern here. So is that cause for concern if you're in the Trump camp today? That you're not going at the fever pitch you were 4 years ago. And by the way, it's not just Florida. It's other states as well. Which, to my knowledge, now Florida is not an open primary. It is not the same as some other states where Democrats can come in and vote Nikki Haley, and we kind of disregard that.
Well, we need to know if he's losing votes here, where is he making up for them? And I think that
votes here as in what? Pennsylvania?
No. Like
okay.
Votes as in these Republican primaries where he seems to be not doing as well as he did in 2020. Right. So where is he making that up? Can he make that up in Hispanics? Can he make that up in African Americans? That's going to depend on his message. You know what I mean? So if I'm the Trump campaign, I am definitely piecing through these numbers and seeing, okay, well, we're down here, but where can we make it up there? I don't know if that's what they're doing, but they should be.
If he's down, I have to imagine it's with females. So to your point, you have Nikki Haley, female candidate. So if you're down a little bit with females, and this is where the calculus comes in. Well, not calculus, this is basic math. What have you lost female-wise post Roe v. Wade 2 years ago compared to what have you gained in the black vote and the Latino vote? We know right now that by and large, when it comes to Trump, he's about even with Joe Biden in the Hispanic vote. And the Democrats are panicking because they just sent Joe. I think I saw this clip yesterday. He was at like a Mexican restaurant in Arizona.
Yeah, we'll
in
play
front
that.
of like 12 people.
We'll play that in 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so we'll get to that on the cut sheet. So I think Trump has made tremendous progress with Latinos. And I also think he's made significant progress with the black community. Again, one person on MSNBC saying, if they're a black person saying, I voted for Biden, now I'm voting. It's not indicative of the entire black voting base. But I do think percentage-wise, if we're saying, well, Trump might have lost 8 to 12% in Florida, I think it's fair to say that Trump might have gained 7 to 10% in the black vote. So ultimately, is that enough to overcome whatever, like this guy sitting here calling it, quote, a protest vote against the former president? But again, I take this seriously with a grain of salt because the primary's over, right? Like, we don't know how this would have changed had Nikki Haley been mathematically still alive with a path. So I think that's a big difference here when we look at these votes.
You know, I think for Nikki Haley, you think about people who have to make a name. I think, to me personally, she made a name for herself. And people have, even though in the heat of it, people say, oh, I hate her or I love her. I think overall for the future, I think, hey, she was respectable. She made a name for herself. She hung in there. That's what she'll be remembered for, her persistence. She stuck, she got the donors, she kept the donors. And so there's this weird thing with I have to say with Trump, where I think he looks at her and says, you know, he admires her chutzpah. You know, she put up a good fight, and that is honorable. The one who still bothers me with this in the back of my mind that she has to resolve is that issue of, you know, Rand Paul, when he came out and he had tweeted it out. He was on, I think, Fox at first, and he had said, never Nikki. Mm-hmm. He came out in a very strong way.
Yep.
And I know that it's a campaign and he was pro-Trump, but he also said some things that in my mind, as a Republican conservative voter, he said some things about her as far as being part of that war machine and the warmonger and all of that. So she needs to resolve, you know, those questions.
She also needs to endorse Trump. She still has yet to do that. And we know what happens when you don't do that.
She's not going to do it.
Then she's Chris Christie.
No, she's not Chris Christie. I disagree. I think she will endorse him. But
you do?
she,
Yeah,
I do. But she wants, what does she get out of it? I mean, she's negotiated. This is her negotiation.
Well, what does she get out of it? She gets some of those MAGA Republicans to acknowledge her giving the endorsement, and that keeps her viable in 2028 as an option.
No, Nick. I mean, she. What are they offering her?
Oh, right. Well,
part of the deal.
Yeah, true.
And so behind the scenes, what does she get out of it?
Yeah.
All right. That's what she's looking at. So this is all politics and a tough negotiation.
Yeah.
But I think everybody forgets a lot of this stuff, and she goes on, and in the future, she's not going away. In the future, she still remains a big name. I think she made a name for herself.
She beat DeSantis by 10 points in his own state. So
I think DeSantis, it was his first time. It was really his first rodeo.
Yeah.
And so that's respectable. He's never been a national candidate like that, and it's his first time on the big stage. in the big time. He'll be fine.
I'm telling you, I think the Biden administration, or the Biden campaign, I should say, knows where their weaknesses are, and I think they're trying to address them. I don't know if the Trump campaign knows where their weaknesses are, and I think that is very, very disturbing if they don't.
Knowing where their weaknesses are, or
I think that they
being
are
willing to fix
I
them?
think that they are being propped up by these BS polls and everything, and they're like, we got this in the bag.
I sure hope they don't think like that.
Grifters online saying, this election's over. That's it's in their mindset already now that, like, well, we can definitely beat Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't take some sort of narrative away from this primary, then they're very foolish.
All right, we'll see. 7:39, quick break, come back, get to the cut sheet on a Thursday edition. It's absolutely loaded. Back after this, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Nick said earlier that this is the best day in sports. I would agree with that. College basketball all day long, starting at 12:15. I'm taking Mississippi State, BYU, UNC, just to name a few this afternoon. Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. I love the FanDuel app. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use to put on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and bet on college hoops until they cut down the net. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA, first online, real money, wager only, $10 first deposit required, bonus issue, does not withdrawable, bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's that time of year. Cash the ticket. Jim Costa with Mike Valeni. We shift the focus from football to college hoops, playing that system that's not a system, but sure plays like a system, leading up to the tournament. We're looking for that value with the daily dimes. We look for the gross lines, getting us ready for the tournament where we're going to break down all the matchups and have an eye on some future plays, too. This time of year, baby. Search Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 leased for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, 7:44 here on this Thursday morning. Give a little bit of your money tomorrow to the Travis Manion Foundation. Radiothon tomorrow, in which I've got the lineup right in front of me.
Wow.
See, I keep your emails, stalker.
I see that.
Read these things.
Look at that.
6 to 9 tomorrow, it'll be Rich, myself, Dawn, and Greg.
Oh, wow.
From 9 to 11, it'll be Dom, Dawn, and Dan. We'll call that 3D.
The triple Ds.
The triple Ds. From 11 to 12, it'll just be myself and Zioli. From noon to 1, it'll be Dom, Dan, and myself. From 1 to 2, Dom, Dan, and Rich. Say that 10 times fast. 2 to 3, Dom and Dan. 3 to 4, Greg, Rich, and myself. And then myself, Dom, and Dawn from 4 to 5. And then taking you home from 5 to 7, it'll be Rich, Greg, and Dawn. So there you go.
Wow. That's a long day.
13 straight hours.
Who signed up for this?
I don't think we don't have an option. You held a gun to our head and
All
said
right.
you will do it.
All I'm saying,
you will like it.
All I'm saying is that if we all have to be here for 13 hours, you have to listen for 13 hours and donate.
Yes, that's the way it works.
We're doing this for you.
And
for the Travis Manion
and I think we'll get $100,000, to be honest.
Yeah.
92,000 and change last year.
That's the goal.
I think, just based on Biden inflation alone, we should get to $100,000. Got to factor that in.
Yeah.
All right, 7:47. Let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 per month, and interest rates are as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details today. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. By the way, tomorrow, too, we'll be doing, the same bells and whistles. Not all of them, but, we'll still do What's on the Cut Sheet.
Yeah. There'll be no big take tomorrow.
No, it's a day of all the hosts. Just,
Well, I think last year, too, you still had so much audio that we did more than one round of the cut sheet.
Yeah, we did one in the morning. I think I did one. Rich and Dawn did one in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Too, so, yeah. It's a long day. All right, let's get back to this. You were mentioning Joe Biden and the Latino voters. He was in Phoenix, Arizona. I think this was on Tuesday, actually. And he was standing in front of a mural with 7 people there or something. Yeah. Looks like is that like a Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, it was a light lunch crowd.
And where he basically made a plea to the Latino voters.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I need you badly. It's like a love song. It's like Joe Biden's love song.
I know.
I need you badly.
I think Taylor Swift might have wrote it for him.
Cut 5, they'll go.
This election is not a referendum on me. It's an election between me and a guy named Trump. And this is a guy whose the way he talks about the Latino community is, in 2016 he called Latinos criminal, drug dealers, and rapists when he came down that escalator. Now he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. You're the reason why, in large part, I beat Donald Trump. I need you. I need you badly.
So there you go.
I need you badly.
Phil, if you could go back and just freeze the last second of it where they show the room, the restaurant, I want to just get a head count quickly here and see what the attendance was. That's got to be about a crowd of about 25 people. In fairness, yeah, I don't know how many seats that place holds, but he knows. And trust me, we talk about looking at both parties and who's paying attention to how they're doing in certain demos. There's no doubt about it. If you were to ask the Biden administration off the record in a moment of truth, what demo are you petrified about losing or losing the election because of? It's Latinos.
100%.
There is no question.
And this brings me to what I said at 7:30, is that the Biden administration seems to know, or the campaign knows where their weaknesses are.
Well, how could you not?
Yeah.
But your candidate is
the harder
weakness.
issue is finding your strengths.
But here's but Trump, his weakness is women.
Yes.
So
I think he knows that.
What's he doing to address that? Seriously.
Well, as I've said, I think if you're ranking here we go again with the boxes. So you're doing great with the Hispanic community. You don't need to address that from a VP standpoint. You're doing better than you have in 20 and in 16 with the black vote. The calculus for VP for Trump should be, am I going with either Byron Donalds or Tim Scott, or am I going the female route with Kristi Noem, Tulsi Gabbard, Sarah Huckabee Sanders? Now, maybe the Trump camp says, you know what? Females are our bugaboo no matter whether or not we select a female VP. So maybe we should just punt on that and grow to our strength, which is the black vote, and then give it to Byron Donalds or Tim Scott if we're playing that identity politics game. But they have to ask themselves how much of the female community is winnable. If they think if it's dead on arrival, then don't select a female VP. If you think a female VP will have some impact, and you arrive at that conclusion, however you do, then you select a female VP. But we know single career-oriented women, that's the death of the GOP right now.
Joe Biden definitely knows that he's struggling with Latinos because he made a plea on, I guess this is like a Spanish broadcasting network, where he said Trump despises Latinos and he understands Latino values. I guess that's because he grew up in
the Puerto Rican church.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Cut 6, Phil, go.
Planning mass deportations of literally several million people who are here in the country. Several million people. And he wants to end birthright citizenship. This guy despises Latinos. And I understand Latino values.
He understands Latino values. Here's my question, though.
Okay.
Don't you think Latinos who came here legally or whatever, you know what I mean, like or were born here, don't you think that they feel the same way that, I hate to say like white people, but American-born citizens, don't you think that they feel the same way about people coming here illegally?
Yeah, I absolutely
I think because of their religious, the religious nature of the Hispanic community, I would think that they would feel the same way.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And if I'm in the Latino community, I'd be just a little bothered and offended by the way Biden goes about just assuming that he resonates with us. Like Joe tries to spin it like he's this chameleon, like he resonates with every single identity politics box. The reality is he doesn't. That's the thing. Now, he can play the political game as well as anybody because he's a lifelong, swamp creature. But he doesn't. Again, a vote for Biden in 20 and a vote for Biden in 2024 is not because they like Joe.
Yeah.
It's because they don't like Trump.
Kellyanne Conway was on Fox News yesterday discussing the Latino, the Hispanic gains that the Trump campaign is gaining on. By the way, Hamilton's own Kellyanne Conway, right? That's where she's from, Hamilton?
Yeah.
Right?
I didn't know she was local.
You know what's funny? Yesterday is I was saying something about Clementon, New Jersey, and I got that confused with Hamilton.
Yeah.
It just kind of sounds the same.
Yeah, it's all the same.
I was like, that's Clementon. That's the blueberry capital. He was like, no, that's where the Eagle Diner is. I'm like, okay. Sorry.
And I should have. Yeah, Hamilton. I've done every year. Usually, we would in television. We always go to the Blueberry Cap at some point.
Yeah.
It's like June, July. It's on those. Well, what used to be slow news days, but she was like the blueberry queen. And
love blueberries.
And they love her. The stories I've done, about her, everybody loves her.
Well,
Democrats and Republicans, they're really proud of her.
We drove past the blueberry farms in Hamilton as we were doing the Bend to Shore bike tour.
Yeah.
I remember looking over on my right, seeing all the blueberries.
I was just going to say, I remember doing that and doing that. There's nothing better than when we go down to the shore for the summer, stopping at those little roadside stands and getting like six of those green packs, like those fresh packs of blueberries.
I love eating blueberries.
Me too.
And they're good for you.
Oh, they're great.
Okay, anyway, sorry. We got
God's vitamins.
Distracted
I know.
because of Kellyanne Conway, where she's actually making a point here about Trump's gain with Hispanic voters, also who she believes he should pick for a vice president. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
Look, every way you look at it, Hispanics have so many reasons to dump Biden-Harris. The main one is the border. How cynical of an entire Democratic Party to believe that in the 9 years since Donald Trump elevated into the international consciousness his view on illegal immigration, build the wall, be fair to the people here, America first. 9 years later, the Democrats still think that attacking Donald Trump on the border is going to get them Hispanic vote. Hispanics are also upset that they are hostile to religion, that they masked up their kids and kept them home for the better part of 2 school years.
It's almost like I said
the
that.
economic upward mobility that is being lost to them. So I think Donald Trump's going to have monster gains among Hispanics, and I think it's part of why he should pick a person of color as his VP.
So, a person of color is his VP. There you go.
Okay. I think she's super smart. When she talks, I always listen. I think she's got a lot of very bright points.
She absolutely does. He would, if she's not part of his campaign, I don't know, Dawn, maybe you know if she is, she 100% should be.
Yeah.
She should be leading it, to be honest with you.
I agree.
Well, I don't think she's running the campaign, but I definitely think
consultant
that she's she is consulting, and she's an important voice.
Yeah, a huge voice. I mean,
and everything she says, she's so articulate. She's like perfect.
I would even argue that I believe that she helped him tremendously in winning the 2016 election. And
she did. She ran that campaign.
And the fact that she wasn't in 2020, I think, hurt him too.
Oh, I agree.
I'd like to see her involved for sure in 2024, and I'd like to see Scott Pressler involved officially with the RNC as well. Which I can't understand how that's not going to come to fruition. That guy's done more for the GOP to grow its base, not only in Pennsylvania but nationwide than many people. So I don't know what happened between Pressler and Laura Trump. I mean, maybe there's a conflict. I don't know.
I don't think it was Laura's call. That's just my. I don't have the. I mean,
are they afraid of hiring him because he's been smeared as a conspiracy theorist?
I don't know. I mean,
the media loves to trash him, but he's done a great job getting people to vote, register Republican.
I mean, she was on the record, publicly said, we got to hire you. You're great. You're awesome. So maybe they're letting something cool off.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Because we love him here. He's been all over our air. He's a great guy. He's a hard worker. And I think Laura likes him, but I think
got hair like Fabio.
So maybe they're just letting a little something cool off.
Yeah. 855-839-1210, the number. Let's get Frances. She is in Philadelphia. Frances, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
We are
So
well.
happy. I'm so happy and thankful to get through you guys. So I'm on my way to work, and I'm listening to you guys talking about the Latino culture.
Yep.
This is what I want to know. What happened to the comment of Joe Biden in 2020 or 2021 when he came on CNN and stated that us Latinos have an attitude? I've been here as a second generation. My mom was born in Ponce, Puerto Rico, and we grew up in poverty, New York City and everything. So I understand both sides of the aisle, poverty and also the blue collar, going to college, doing the whole thing. My thing is this. Does Joe Biden understand that the Latinos are onto him no matter what you try to throw at us? One, you're trying to use the Latino culture, but what happened to the sex trafficking in our children the past 3 years in our Latin culture? I've seen children, little girls being dumped over the bridges on the border. I would like to know what happened to the comments. He's trying to blame Trump now, but let's throw this back on him. You understand? Because he did make a comment 3 years ago about the Latino having an attitude on CNN. And when I got that as a, oh, you know that we are onto you. We understand communism. We understand socialism. And we came here to America to work, to worship the Lord, work, family, and love our children. That's what we came here. We didn't get caught up with the race culture when we came here in the 40s and the 50s and the 70s. My mom and dad never had us saying, oh, look at that culture. No, you go inside the house and you focus on school. That's what we were taught. So this thing of them using this race thing again on us Latinos, especially the older generation, he needs to understand that we are on to him. No matter what he try to throw at Trump, we're not going to leave Trump. We're going to support Trump, and we're going to be loyal to him because we don't want this country to become communism. We didn't leave our country to come here and be in poverty all over again because that's what's happening to me right now. I'm a working class. I have my home, raised two beautiful daughters, put them through the military and everything. And here I'm going the opposite in income because everything's so high in taxes and everything. So that's what I want to be challenged with him. I want to know what happened to that comment when he said the Latino has an attitude, but now you want to reverse the thing on Trump. The other one I want to talk about is when Joe Biden stated that we will walk into dark days. We are walking through dark days because he's creating it. This is not what God created us. God created us to prosper in this country, not to be walking in this communism taxing. And a lot of people are living in a plantation mind. But like I said, he needs to stop using the stuff against Trump because this is not going to work. Not in 2024. We are onto this the Democrat liberal game that they're doing in Washington and trying to manipulate the people. We're not being manipulated. We are a different kind of culture, and he needs to understand that. You might be trying to manipulate the people that are coming through the border, but you cannot do that with us.
Francis,
we've been here for a long time, and we understand everything.
Yeah. Francis, that's
So
that's a great phone call. By the way, can you tell me where your family is from originally again? I love the way you said it. I love the way it just rolled off your tongue.
We're from Ponce, Puerto Rico. We're from Puerto Rico, Ponce, Puerto Rico. We're like right between the old San Juan and Luquillo. We're right there. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I mean, if you go to Puerto Rico, I would suggest go and visit. It's gorgeous. The mountains, it's beautiful.
All right.
But like I said, he needs to stop using the Latin culture because we are onto it. This is not going to play with him. No, we're going in all the way for Trump. This is where we're at because we love our country. We love our children. We don't want our children to be doctorating. We want our children to make their own choices. They should make their choices. If they want to be gay, then that's on them. If they want to worship the Lord, that's on decision. That's a freedom that God gave us, and we need to stand on it. And us Latinos, we do definitely understand our independence. So he's using the wrong card against Trump.
I got
Thank you so much. But thank you. I got to go to work, and I have a blessed day. Thank you.
You too. We got to get back to work as well. Thank you very much. There she is, Francis. Boy, what a call that was.
Yeah.
Call of the week.
Awesome.
You have so many people that leave those Latino countries that are trying to escape socialism and communism and things like that. And they come to America because America is about capitalism and they want to be able to make as much money as possible because they have incredible work ethics. I mean, that's, we talk about the Tyson issue and the boycott. Now, I mean, there's many different avenues we can go down with that story. But you know what? There's a lot of these companies that are willing to hire people that are of Hispanic or Latino descent because you know what? A lot of times they have more of a work ethic than some Americans do. There's a lot of hardworking Americans, but there's also a lot of lazy Americans that think they're entitled and a job is beneath them and things like that. So great call out of Francis. And I love the accent, by the way.
Let's stick on this topic, shall we? This is a Latinos for Trump ad that is running right now. This is just a 30-second ad. This is, Phil, if you want to bring this up, go.
Trump dancing.
You really have to see the visual of
Yep. Trump doing the fist pumping and the dancing. You imagine it's like Cinco de Mayo. You're sitting down, you're having a big, massive margarita, some chips and some guac. There's some beautiful Mexican music playing. You're outdoors on the patio in a nice spring dining situation. And here comes 45 dancing to the music.
By the way, Kenneth wins YouTube comments so far. Francis, that last caller, he says she speaks better English than Nick.
Yes. Francis, she might have a future as a talk show host. It was well done by her.
So the Latino numbers that Trump is pulling in right now over Biden, this is what Martha McCallum had to say yesterday about that on Fox News. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
And this is the story. President Biden telling Latino voters, I need your help desperately. He is trailing former President Trump by 6 among Latinos. These kinds of numbers are unheard of in Republican versus Democrat politics. So the president is about to speak in Phoenix. It's part of a 3-state swing tour to court Latino voters, at least in part. He is also hitting Nevada. He will also go to Texas.
There you go.
Martha McCallum. So let me just throw this out there. And I think we know what the motive here is for Democrats with the border and allowing the border to be invaded. They want to have future voters of Latino descent in this country. But who's to say that once Joe lets them in, that they're going to vote Democrat, right? Like if you're like our last caller, Francis, and you're trying to come here to this country. Now, she's second generation, so she was born here. But if you're coming here legally or illegally, but let's just say illegally because Biden has been so laxed at the border, who's to say that they're going to vote for Joe Biden or a Democrat moving forward? Because if they're trying to escape socialism and communism and all the stuff that they dislike with their homeland, who exemplifies capitalism more right now than Donald Trump or Republicans in general moving forward? So I think that's worth keeping an eye on as well.
And then if you go, let's not confuse the Latino voters here in the United States with the illegals coming across the country, because this one is took to TikTok. And he is, now mind you, this is in Spanish, so Nick, if you can kind of narrate along as he's speaking, he's advising illegals on how to take over Americans' homes via squatters' rights laws.
We just talked about this yesterday.
Yep. This TikToker boasts that his friends already took over 7 homes. So if you're on TikTok following this gentleman, he's telling you how to just take over homes.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a damn thing people can do about it. This is cut 12, Phil, go. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Oh, no.
Oh, God. It's unbelievable.
No audio?
No, there's just I'm getting the...
Your computer crashed?
Computer?
Yeah, it's just,
Phil, if you go, I can read the subtitles on
wait,
YouTube for the audience.
Hang on, there we go. Hang on. There we go. Let's start over again, Phil. One more time. One day, guys.
Oh, here we go.
We'll be in a major market radio
Here we
station
go.
where the equipment works. Maybe that day will be soon, but it's not today.
We're in the middle of a segment.
Cut 12, Phil, go.
Mi gente, he pensado
I have thought about invading a house in the United States.
Ya que me enteré,
I found out that there is a law that says that if a house is not inhabited, we can seize it. Guys, here in the United States also applies the of land invasion, and I think that will be my next business. Invading abandoned houses, since I have looked for some codes with my friends, and they told me that they have already taken about 7 houses.
There you go.
Wow, this guy looks very angry, by the way. He's like shouting. It looks like he's getting ready to go to war. My goodness. Yeah, I've said this in the past. I'll say it again. These people are not stupid. They know what's going on in this country. They know that laws are not enforced. They know that they can get away with crime in big cities. And they also understand the law and the lay of the land when it comes to the squatting phenomenon that is popped up in this nation. Where were we talking about it yesterday? Was it in New York?
Yeah, and by the way, I believe that case resolved. I think that person or one, I think there were 2 people or 3 people living there. I think 2 people were evicted from that home.
Okay.
One might still be there, but yeah.
That's just, Dawn, you said you know somebody that's personally had to deal with it, correct?
Yeah, and I think I'm going to see her this weekend. I've begged her to come on because she's an in-law, but she doesn't. She just doesn't want to. Doesn't want to publicize what's going on because. But it was a situation where she's single, mid-30s, career woman, bought a place, and this has been going on for years, by the way. Bought a really nice place in the center city. You know, I think Logan, in the area. Needed rehab, fixer-upper, beautiful property. And so one weekend, some guy moves in, but the squatter moved in and then put up pictures. So they know what they're doing.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean? Put up pictures, like family pictures or whatever, put some things in there. And then when she called the cops, he was like, oh, no, I have a right to be here. And then he knew how to file something, had like a lawyer, and filed something, and now she's in this court battle.
Mm-hmm.
I
mean, it's crazy.
Here's what I don't understand. I get people who rent a place from somebody and then decide at the last minute.
That's not what this is.
They're not playing, or they're not paying, and they just stay there, and you have a right to be there or whatever. But you can actually just. I can be gone, and somebody can actually go into my house and say, okay, this is my house. I live here now.
Yeah.
So you're
really?
Yeah.
As a female, I think you're better off. And I advised her that she's like, I'm not doing this. But if it were me, if that were my property, I would wait till the person goes whatever to the store.
Yeah.
And lock the doors. Any pictures they have, whatever. Like dispose of them.
Yep.
Call the cops and say there's some man trying to break into my house.
No, there you go.
And trying to go after me.
Right.
Because you're not lying.
Good point.
But that's what you need to do.
Yep.
You need to turn the tables, and they say, oh, my pictures are inside. Really, where?
Yeah.
Where there are no pictures
I don't
here.
have any pictures.
Because if you play by the rules, you're screwed.
Yep. For months.
Yeah, for years.
For years, yeah.
And lawyers' fees. Oh, my gosh.
I'm telling you, it's bizarro world.
Meanwhile, in Texas, Governor Greg Abbott held a press conference yesterday in Austin and boasted about being the only state in the history of the United States to build their own border wall. This is cut 7, Phil. Go.
So let me tell you what we're doing. Number one, Texas is the only state in the history of the United States to build our own border wall. And we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're building the exact same wall that President Trump put up, with one difference. When you look at the miles that Texas has already put up of the Trump border wall and the number of miles that are under construction right now, Texas is adding more of the Trump border wall in Texas than Donald Trump put up in the state of Texas. Number two, you remember those big orange buoys that we put into the Rio Grande? They were designed by the Border Patrol because they were completely effective at denying illegal entry across the river. And we put them in the river because Joe Biden wouldn't use them. And what do you think Biden did when we put them into the river? He filed a lawsuit to put a stop to it. That lawsuit is working its way through the federal courts and is subject to a en banc, however you want to call it, meaning in the entire court of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals is going to be hearing oral arguments on that case in May of this year.
Look, I mean, that's a great job out of Greg Abbott, but the reality is it's sad. It's sad that he has to resort to that because our own federal government does not want to protect its citizens from people such as the killer of Laken Riley and many, many others that get across illegally and end up in this country and end up in. And you know what? It's not just Texas. It's not just Arizona. We're all border states now at this point. When you get to 7.3 million and then some, we all become a border state. And we all end up being at risk, to whatever nominal degree it might be, of ending up in a precarious position, all because our federal government does not believe in secure borders.
But don't worry. If you're worried about illegals or migrants committing crimes, don't worry. Our own people are also committing crimes as well. This is a story out of Edison, New Jersey. A driver fought off 3 would-be carjackers trying to steal his Bentley SUV in the parking lot of a grocery store in Edison, New Jersey. This incident is symptomatic of a larger problem: organized gangs which use juveniles to steal cars.
Oh, wow.
You know, they're only children. It's just the children.
Yeah.
Well, they're using those children to steal cars. This is the New York News report on this. Cut 14, Phil, go.
We turn now to dramatic video of a driver in New Jersey fighting off 3 would-be carjackers who tried to steal his luxury SUV in the parking lot of his family's grocery store.
It's unbelievable.
New Jersey reporter Tony Yates spoke with the driver's father. She's live in Edison. Tony?
And Sandra, you know, we've spoken to police officers many times about this. They tell us this is mostly organized gangs using these juveniles to try to steal these vehicles, because even if they're caught, they usually don't spend much time behind bars and they face softer penalties. Well, now leaders across the state want that to change. Someone obviously scoped out this parking lot to know that this orange Bentley would be here. This was Friday, March 15th. Even before the driver is done parking, you see the 3 carjackers cross the street from behind bushes and launch their attack.
Oh, yeah.
When I saw the video, I was scared. What happened? But then I called. He said, my son said, I'm safe, Dad. Nothing to worry. Don't worry.
The driver is his son. He's okay physically, back to work here at his family's grocery store, but still shaken up. This was the second time he was targeted by carjackers. The first time, they got away with his Mercedes G-Wagon.
They have all underage boys. They're running around. They find the car, go. Even they are using stolen vehicle.
Edison's mayor launching his anti-crime counterattack swiftly.
We have tripled and sometimes quadrupled the presence of the police force around the streets and patrolling. We've also implemented over 80 license plate readers.
That's just for starters. He got Middlesex County to loan him a trailer to set up this police substation in the hot zone where carjackings and home invasions are up. For months, Eyewitness News has been reporting on similar incidents like this across Middlesex County. Leaders fed up with these crimes went to the top law enforcement officer in the state for help.
I just left a meeting with the Attorney General, and I was with other mayors. A juvenile or a criminal that commits a crime should not go back out on the streets the same week that they are caught. It's completely unacceptable.
These are mostly young teens going after high-end vehicles, according to police, where they can make tens of thousands of dollars for each one they steal. Police advise be vigilant, be aware of your surroundings.
Wow. So a Mercedes-Benz and a Bentley.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money in the grocery business, apparently. That's my biggest takeaway. But no, in all seriousness, what we need to have happen here, this is where we need to start prosecuting these teenagers as adults. Enough of the, well, I can go do this, get arrested, and I'll be back out on the street within 24 hours. These people need to spend time behind bars.
The problem is, Nick, is that they're not afraid of jail. They're not. I mean, these gangs initiate these kids into these, and they're not, like, they're taught going to jail is a badge of honor.
Well, that's fine. Even if they're not afraid of jail, the fact that they're in jail means that they're incapacitated. And if they're incapacitated, they can't continue to do this. And the more we put away, the cleaner the streets will be.
And to your point, the best thing to do, and I'll point you to the other story, speaking of young, in Texas, they called them the little rascals.
Yeah.
Because they were 11, ages 11, 12, and 16. 11.
Yeah.
I mean, my God.
Yeah,
and so the FBI caught these little bank robbers. So at the very least, take them, extract them.
Mm-hmm.
They have to start, especially with juveniles, they have to extract them and take them off the street and then keep them until at least age, if it's a nonviolent, situation, at least till 21.
Yeah.
Because then you've extracted them from that environment, But the other problem is, look at our juvenile facilities.
Mhm.
They're jam-packed.
Oh, I used to work in one. It's awful.
So you know.
Yes.
I mean, you don't know in the sense that if it was packed then, imagine supersizing what you experienced.
Right.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I only did it for 9 months in 2016, but it was, I mean.
Now it's apparently
Yeah.
it's just crazy.
Well, let's take the 15, 16, and 17-year-olds. Let's charge them as adults. And then for the 11 and 12-year-olds out there that want to start this life, let's keep them in juvenile detention until they hit their adult years of 18. Keep them off the streets until they're adult. And then odds are they'll probably commit a crime as soon as they get out anyway. And then they can go to the big house.
I'm telling you, I know it's not a popular thing to say, but like the only thing these gangs respond to is force and violence. And I hate to say it.
And then they cry and say that they were assaulted by police.
It doesn't matter. Like the only thing that these thugs and these people know is violence and force. And that's the only thing that will scare them, not scare them straight, but it's the only thing that could have them retreat a little bit. And you need to do it. And there needs to be swift punishment for them. If they're a known gang and they're doing, like, they have to be punished in a swift and forceful way.
Well, I mean, you're right about the gang task forces. We have to have these units throughout the country now because this is just. And I mean, these guys were staking out the place. You saw the video there.
Yeah.
I mean, they knew that this guy was coming. They probably know his work schedule.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to hit the like and subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. Hit the like and subscribe button. By the way, I believe we'll be streaming live all day tomorrow for the
on YouTube
for the full 13 hours.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. So, we got special. We got special
clearance
accommodation for that.
Yeah.
This woman in Georgia was arrested for allegedly encouraging her 7-year-old daughter to snatch a purse at a restaurant. So we're starting them young.
It's a learned behavior.
It's unbelievable. You can see the video, and it definitely shows in the video, like, this woman is encouraging her daughter to take somebody's purse from this restaurant that they were dining at. This is the news report on that. This is cut to Phil Go.
This video that police say shows a mother telling her child to steal. Now, tips from Fox 5 viewers have led to her arrest. Good evening, and thanks so much for joining us tonight for Fox 5 News at 5. I'm Tom Haynes.
I'm Courtney Bryant. The video was shocking. Police say a mother used her small child to snatch a purse at a busy restaurant.
Now that mother, Kenya Butler, faces charges. Fox 5's Doug Evans broke the story and has the latest developments all new at 5.
Noonan police say it was Kenya Butler seen on that surveillance video eating with a group of others at a Noonan restaurant when she is seen getting up from the table with her 7-year-old daughter, then taking that girl to an empty booth and encouraging her to steal an unattended purse. It was this shocking video played on Fox 5 that prompted a number of people to call the Noonan Police Department with the mother's name. The video shows a little girl taking a purse from an empty booth and hiding it as she leaves the restaurant. Police say it's clear to them the mother put the child up to it.
Oh my
After
God.
it aired on the media, we received a couple of phone calls that tipped us off, and we were able to identify Kenya Butler as the offender in this case based on those phone calls.
The woman's been identified as a Union City mother of 3. 27-year-old Kenya Butler. She's charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor and theft by taking. Her 7-year-old daughter is not the one in trouble here. Police say the mother is the one seen on the surveillance video taking the girl over to the empty booth, saying something to the child, and then watching as the little girl leaves with the purse. Police say the group with the mother quickly left the restaurant after the purse was taken, skipping out on a more than $500 bill.
Oh,
Police are
my
still trying
God.
to identify this man, who police say it appears from the surveillance video is the one responsible for the bill. If you can help Noonan police identify the man seen in the surveillance video, give them a call. In Noonan, Doug Evans, Fox 5 News.
There you go.
All right, so we are running up massive tabs on food and drinks and everything like that, not paying the bill, swiping purses, and having our little 7-year-old child do it.
Yep.
So when we talk about all of these crimes with all of the youths out there, It's all learned behavior.
It
This is a prime example.
You're correct, sir.
If it's a boy, it's probably because he saw his dad doing something illegal or verbally bashing somebody or assaulting the mom, or the dad's not a part of their life and they just get manipulated by the streets. And this is one of those cases here.
By the way, did you see? I mean, that didn't look like a very high-end restaurant. $500?
That's a lot of chips and guac.
Man, I know there were a lot of them, but $500, really?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I guess if you're not paying for it, it doesn't matter, right? Bring seconds, bring thirds, bring fourths.
Atlanta's a little pricey.
They left with their bellies full, and somebody else's pocketbook.
Yeah,
it was a good day for them.
I mean, imagine telling. So 4 years from now, your little boy Dylan is 7, and you're like, "Hey, Dylan, you see that wallet over there? You see that money clip for the old man? Grab that real quick." Like, what kind of scumbag parent are you to teach your kid something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, good Lord.
Yeah. It's like that video we played a couple days ago with that family in the grocery store just sitting down.
Yep.
Eating the food.
Yep.
And obviously not paying for it.
See the culture we've created in the last 4 years?
Nick, do you remember the other morning when I came in and I said that I had watched that Oprah Winfrey special?
Yeah, the weight loss one?
Yeah, it was basically an Ozempic infomercial.
Yep.
Where she took up an hour of ABC's time to talk about weight loss and her struggle.
Yep.
She was the guest of King Charles, Gayle King, and Charles Barkley on CNN. Gee, I wonder how they got that big exclusive.
Yeah.
Talking about that special, and she's under this. She believes that obesity is a disease. That's what
Oprah does.
That's what she's claiming here.
Okay.
Cut 15, Phil, go.
Whatever makes you feel better.
That's what I liked what you said at the end of the special, Oprah. Listen, it isn't one size fits all. You have to figure out what works best for you, and we need to stop blaming and criticizing and judging each other. I thought that was the point you were making.
I think if you feel like being in a bigger body is great and you don't want to do anything about that and you feel fine, that is beautiful. I really admire people who really believe that. And I also feel like if you can work out, and I'm like you, Charles, I couldn't work out anymore. I mean, like I can't climb any faster or run any faster. I can't. That was down to eating one meal a day. I can't. There's nothing else I can do. Yeah. So if whatever works for you, I think one of the reasons I wanted to do it is that let people make their own choices for their health and well-being. So. And also to just let people know, because there's so many people in all these places that are food deserts. The next big special or conversation is going to be about costs, because I want to know why the people in Canada are paying $250 and people in the United States, some parts are paying $1,000 a month, some people are paying $2,000. So it needs to be.
Wait. They're paying $250 in Canada for the same thing?
Wow. For the same thing. The same thing. Yes. I talked to a guy who was paying $250 for the same thing, and nobody can explain to me why they're paying less than everybody else in the country. So, first of all, I think the insurance companies have to start to recognize that obesity is a disease. The CDC says it, the American Medical Association says it, the World Health Organization says it, Association of Pediatrics says it. All agree that 2013, obesity, since 2013, it's been declared a disease. If that is the case, then those drugs need to be covered by insurance companies.
Can I ask you guys a question? And I'm not trying to be heartless here. Is obesity a disease, really?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Why didn't we have
this problem 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? Look at pictures. Look at people. Obesity didn't seem to become a problem until a couple of years ago.
I think there's two things here. One, as far as the fat shaming goes and making people feel uncomfortable about it, honestly, where do we see fat shaming and fat jokes? Usually you see that with little kids. You see that through middle school, junior high school. I think by the time you're an adult, like most people don't criticize or make jokes or laugh at other people for being fat. I think we've all kind of grown out of that phase, personally. So I think this is more of a drummed up phobia type thing that people like to say is going on in society in rampant levels, which it's not. But as far as the obesity aspect, so if you can't lose weight for whatever medical reason, I got that. I totally get that. Some people just biologically have an issue with being insulin resistant or whatever it is, and they can't shed the weight no matter what they do, whether what they eat, work out. So I feel for those people. But for the other person, now I don't know what category Oprah would fall in, but if you were fat or overweight or obese, and it's because merely you have no discipline, you don't work out, and you eat poorly, I don't feel bad for you. I feel bad for those who legitimately have to resort to either a medicine or a surgery or a lap band. But if it's just, well, you know what, I just stopped going to the gym and I was eating donuts and pizza too much, that's on you. That's personal accountability and personal responsibility. I don't feel bad for those people. I feel bad for the people that genuinely try their you-know-what off and they can't melt away the fat.
Yeah, but speaking of that, there are multiple studies, too many for me to name, that prove that there is a link between these highly processed, ultra-processed foods and obesity.
There's your answer, Greg. I don't think we were eating these processed garbage
Boom.
foods like this
There
in the
it is.
70s.
But here,
Right?
Okay.
Boom.
But no, who's making us eat that food? We are.
Yes, and think about cereals that, back in the day, people used to, the whole breakfast, thing, eat cereal in the morning, cereal is the worst food.
Yes.
Most cereals are the worst, highly processed, and so all the advertisers just saying eat cereal and all those ads that targeted kids, and we now know it was like as bad as cigarettes for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we have this obesity epidemic of kids. So part of this is the huge complex of advertisers, the manufacturer, all these companies,
right,
and children, and it's not the kids' fault.
So we're saying that if you know you have an addictive personality, or you know that alcoholism, let's just say, runs in your family, maybe the best thing to do is not to drink. I get it. Sometimes you can't help it. You have an addictive personality. You're going to do that. But so we're sitting here arguing that it's a choice, though. It's a choice for us to put what we put in our bodies.
It's definitely a choice, but I also think when you look at the cost of things in the grocery stores these days, it's always been difficult to eat healthy because usually healthy or organic usually costs more.
Yes.
But now throw in 20% more on your grocery bill. It's like, the value is a bowl of Fruit Loops.
Yep.
So
And the
even though it's
cheapest
going to
stuff,
kill you.
yeah, and the cheapest stuff is the processed stuff. That's the cheap stuff.
So teach your kids, if you're going to eat that bowl of Fruit Loops, go outside and run around the block 5 times.
No, I
That's
disagree.
what my old man used to say.
I disagree.
He would be like, eat whatever you want, just burn it off.
Those Fruit Loops are outlawed in other countries. So what is it about America that we've lowered our standards? We've lowered our standards to allow this crap that's processed. It's ultra processed. Other countries outlaw the stuff and say, no, this is bad for you.
Well, I did the big take on the big food, big pharma cycle. They give you garbage food. You eat it. You get sick. You end up on medicine.
They want to outlaw everything else. They want to. Amish the farmer is still fighting the government that is going after. Why is the government going after a freaking farmer out in Lancaster County who's minding his own beeswax, for crying out loud?
Making shoe fly pie.
They go after certain people who are, they don't want the farmers. It's weird. Why don't they have gardens like Cooper University Hospital? They have this huge community garden. They invite the community to come together. Like, why don't we have that at every school? Teach gardening. Why don't they do that, Greg? Why?
I understand. Why are you yelling at me?
It's upsetting to me.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. I just feel that we blame the government for every single one of our problems. And it's, yes, the government's going to do what they're going to do. They're corrupt a-holes. I get it. But at some point, personal responsibility needs to kick in. And for kids, it's up to the parents.
It has nothing to do with personal responsibility if the only food, because they don't have like a Whole Foods. In certain neighborhoods in Philadelphia, there's no grocery store, there's no Giant, there's no Acme. There are not these choices. So it's a smaller corner store that has to deal with things that have a greater shelf life, and those things that have the greater shelf life are the processed crap the kids should not be eating. That's what's going on. That's the reality.
They need
and so
to,
it's
yeah.
what happened to, equity, equality. If we want to talk about, so think about a certain area, a zip code that you live in, right? Certain area of a certain urban area. What do you have? You have cruddy schools. You're surrounded by gangs and violence. You don't have enough cops. And also you don't have proper nutrition or even the opportunity for a local grocery store. Where's the equity? Where's the quality? Why doesn't anybody point to that and go, well, that's racist?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You got to go with the Nick Kayal Breakfast of Champions. Egg whites, blueberries, a banana, and black coffee. Can't go wrong.
I don't know. I just think so. At what point does personal responsibility take a toll? Like, when do we start putting that into? It's like, well, I
try to put it into every aspect of life.
It's easy for somebody in the suburbs to say that, but if you're a child in the city of Philadelphia, and I would challenge you, go to certain neighborhoods in the city. I mean, that's why Jeff Brown, who we now know was railroaded, by the way, in his mayoral campaign, they just screwed him over big time, and I hope they win their lawsuit. But that's why he was so popular, because he, with his grocery stores, stayed, and also he walks the walk, and makes sure that people who were incarcerated and served their time and hired them, and believes in redemption, and he walks the walk. Good for him, but he's like the only one. They don't have grocery stores. They don't have the opportunity to have the fresh foods.
So you believe that if everything was equal and they go into a store and potato chips and broccoli were both $2, you're telling me that if they had that choice, most people would pick broccoli? I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think so. I think that it doesn't matter. I get the food desert things. I get that poor areas don't have the luxuries that we do in suburbia. I 100% understand that. But I also think that if they had the choice to buy a 6-pack of soda or a 6-pack of water, they're buying the 6-pack of soda if it was the same price. I think it all comes down to choice and personal responsibility, and I think to blame everything. Well, it's a disease. What I have. Well, it's a disease. Sex addiction. It's a disease. Honey, I'm sorry I cheated on you. I have a disease. It's sex addiction.
Charlie Sheen.
I have. I know I'm shooting heroin. It's a disease. I know I have that.
Yep.
It just at some point we have to wake up and say, we're the ones to blame here. It's not a disease.
Well, it's the victimhood culture.
It's that we it's that we can't control our own appetites for whatever it is, whether it's sex, food, or drugs or alcohol.
Yeah.
But I think this is a case of all of the above are true. I mean, I think that everything we're all saying, it's all true. And so now we have a culture. And by the way, if you've ever done a diet where you are just having a low-carb diet, really healthy whole foods, guess what? What happens? We all know what happens. You lose the craving, and it's really amazing when you do that and you experience that and you go, wow, I'm just not hungry.
Yep.
And what happens when you have that cereal for breakfast? What happens when you have that cereal or that little bag of potato chips? You are starving because that's what those foods do to you.
Yep.
Is that your fault? No, you have to educate the kids about that. But the answer is to have these community gardens that are free for communities and plant the gardens, grow the gardens, do it in every single school. That's the kind of thing that is a real solution that's so cheap and easy. So why aren't we doing it?
Yeah, we also have a real discipline issue in this country. We just don't have disciplined people, and I think that's from people's upbringing. So, like, I grew up in a football family. My dad was a football coach. My mom's brother was a police officer, and I have countless family members that served in the military. Now, I never went to the military, nor did I become a cop, but I still retain to this day a lot of the things I was taught in football from a discipline standpoint. And, like, if you don't have somebody in your life that kind of instills certain work ethics in you, or my dad used to always throw out this phrase, mind over matter.
Yep.
And like that applies to food and eating as well. Like when I was going through like 2-a-days for football. Oh, it's hot out. Suck it up. Mind over matter. You got to will yourself through it, right? Like that applies to, should I go with the salad today or should I get the calzone? Discipline says go salad. You'll probably be better.
I have a have a friend who was a very obese child, and when I say obese, I mean he was like 330 pounds at 16 years old. He was huge.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
And you know, he just one day woke up and he was just like, "Oh my God, I'm not going to live to see 30 if I continue to do this." At 16, he realized that, so he started training. He started working out. When he turned 21, he was drinking and doing all that stuff. He realized that family members had drug problems. His father may have had an alcohol problem. So he stopped cold turkey because he didn't want that in his life. He didn't want that to be, you know, if it is a disease, he didn't want it to overtake him. This dude works out like 6 days a week now. He's in fabulous shape. And he lives a very disciplined lifestyle. And to Nick's point about discipline and mind over matter, I think that's what it is. He took his life and says, you know what? No, this is not. I'm not going to let this control me. I'm going to make myself healthy, and he did.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I know, look, yes, he's a kid of privilege, or a guy of privileged means, so he can do stuff like that. Not everybody has that option. But I just think that at some point you have to take the bull by the horns and not just, you know, wallow in your own sorrow and say, well, I'm fat, it's a disease, I guess I'm going to die at 50.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, it's a lazy way out.
Well, and it's not to say that you can't enjoy and have a cheat day from time to time. I do it every Friday because the other 6 days of the week, I eat incredibly clean. I eat egg whites, blueberries, bananas, and black coffee for breakfast. I have a turkey sandwich on rye bread for lunch. And for dinner, I either have grilled fish, grilled chicken, rice, steamed vegetables, or a salad. And that's what I eat 6 days a week. And it gets boring. It gets monotonous. I have to put like fresh garlic or fried onions or something on it just to liven it up a little bit from a palate standpoint. But then I have my cheat day. I order a pizza every Friday, and I eat like a slob.
I was going to say, do you just like...
Oh, I just...
you just inhale it?
I can't even get it out of my truck fast enough. I want to eat half of it driving back. But what's the old adage? Moderation is the key to life.
Sure.
Moderation is the key to everything.
It is.
Nobody's saying you can't have a glass of wine, but you shouldn't be guzzling a bottle of red every night.
Mm-hmm. You know what else is the key to life?
Hitting brakes on time?
Commercials.
Good.
At least the key to this life.
And bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for round one of the cut sheet, and also all of your strategies and devices and how you can live a healthier life. We serve a lot of functions on this show. We're not just chopping it up with like Trump and Biden and things like that. We're telling you guys how to live a great life.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what we do here.
Very much.
Public service.
There's only so much Bobolinsky and AOC I can handle.
That's correct. All right, but first, a word from my friends at Blue Chew. That is correct. BlueChew.com. Use the promo code 1210 right now for your first month free, because the great people at Blue Chew offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that delivers men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. That's right. Just pay the $5 for shipping when you use the promo code 1210 at BlueChew.com for your first month free. Confidence plus performance. It comes standard. No embarrassing conversations. No pharmacies. Right to your door in discreet fashion. BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210 for your first month free.
First, how about a date night? Parks Casino, this is how you win. Action, entertainment, great dining, and excitement. Parks Casino, the #1 casino experience in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. My casino of choice. Parks Casino has 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, state-of-the-art sports book, 150-foot video wall, and those comfy reclining seats. I love them. Plus award-winning restaurants, Parks Grill Steakhouse, Liberty Bell Gastropub, all-season beer garden, which is beautiful, delicious sushi at Bamboo Noodle House. New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night with Joe Conklin, and the best bands every weekend only at 360 Lounge. Top headliners coming soon to the Excite Center at Parks. America's top psychic, medium, Matt Frazier, coming soon, April 20th this weekend. Tracy Morgan, May 11th. Femmes of Rock, May 17th, and Sebastian Bach from Skid Row, May 18th. Plus, free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations for all guests. For all things Parks Casino, just visit parkscasino.com. Parks Casino, this is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
It's the time of year to enjoy your life. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, all of us. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who are reclaiming their mobility. Live your best life this spring and summer. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, Kayal Company. As we continue live here on this Thursday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. This segment brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, get 0% APR for 60 months on select new 2024 Mazda CX-50s and the Mazda CX-30. Your personalized test drive awaits at Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading. PiazzaMazda.com to check it out and shop online today. All right, Dawn's Big Three coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Also, our morning mystery movie clip. But was just handed this about a half hour ago. We have an update to our Planet Fitness story. This is actually now, I think, the second or third update we have given from the original story. The original story, which involves Patricia Silva, who is a member of Planet Fitness in Alaska. And she decided that she was going to publicly complain and publicly out a biological male for going into the female locker room at said Planet Fitness, which at the time included not only Patricia Silva, biological female, but also a 12-year-old girl in the locker room. So the story goes that she voiced her displeasure. She posted a video on social media and said that basically they canceled her at Planet Fitness for bringing this to light. Well, now we have another update, and this one is in the world of finances because Planet Fitness just lost $400 million.
Oh, my God.
Of its market share.
Oh, my God.
Now think about this. We go back to the summer of 2023 and boycotts and Bud Light and Target and Kohl's on down the list. Now Tyson, and here is Planet Fitness, and they just had a valuation drop from $5.3 billion on March 14th to $4.9 billion on March 19th. So they lost $400 million in a span of 5 days, all because they told this lady, your discomfort is not a reason to deny access to the transgender member. That is in their, I guess you would call it, their operation manual, to which if you want to read this update, this story, it is online on the Daily Mail's website. And under facility usage, they have some bullet points for the Planet Fitness Operations Manual, which includes the following. Some members may feel uncomfortable with a transgender member using the same locker room facilities, bathrooms, showers, or other facilities and programs separated by sex. That being said, bullet point number 1, this discomfort is not a reason to deny access to the transgender member. So Planet Fitness, I hope that your loss of $400 million and your ability to not stand with biological females was worth it, because you just lost a nice chunk of your valuation. All because you said, hey, Sylvia, suck it up. If a guy with a you-know-what wants to walk around butt naked, deal with it. It's your discomfort. Life's not the way. Life's not fair, Sylvia.
You know,
it's really ridiculous.
And to your point, though, that she wasn't even complaining for herself.
She wasn't.
Remember, it was more because
protecting the kid.
There was, little girls in there and a 12-year-old little girl. That was what I think triggered her more than anything, to think what's going on here.
Yeah.
That is insane. $400 million.
$400 million.
Dang. Gone.
Good. Serves them right.
By the way, they I thought that the reason that Planet Fitness was gonna say that they revoked her membership was because she outed the person who was in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently that had nothing to do with it. It was
obviously not. No,
they just went down. It was like, hey, screw your discomfort. I don't care.
Yep, and there's more in their documentation, in their manual, their code of ethics and all this other stuff that they put together that corporations have to do. They go on to say that Planet Fitness staff should work with members and employees to address this discomfort and to foster a climate of understanding consistent with the judgment-free character of Planet Fitness. I think Planet Fitness, when they advertise commercials, they have this judgment-free zone that you can work out in. I don't know. I guess that's like where fat people go to work out so nobody will make fun of them, as if people are being made fun of for some reason. Again, it's just this contrived, made up, oh my God, everybody hates black people, everybody hates transphobe. Oh my God, it's stopped. But most people don't care what you're about, believe it or not. I know the mainstream media wants you to think that we all vilify everybody because they don't look like us, but it's really not the way most people operate in life. Planet Fitness goes on to say that staff shall strive to address transgender members with names, titles, pronouns, and other terms consistent with their self-reported gender identity, if reasonably known to the Planet Fitness staff. For example, they even give you examples here. A transgender woman shall be referred to by her preferred name and female pronouns. A transgender man shall be referred to by his preferred name and male pronouns. Planet Fitness reserves the right to terminate a person's membership immediately for any violation of this policy. So I guess that's why they are canning Patricia Silva. They're like, you know what? We don't need your $10 a month. I guess that's what the big takeaway is. But they lost $400 million in 5 days in market cap. And I didn't even know that there was a boycott going on. I'm just assuming that this story went viral. And here's Planet Fitness being dealt a financial blow. You can check out the story. It's on the Daily Mail's website. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, kick off the final hour of the show. Why are Americans under 30 years of age so unhappy? And why are people 60 plus very happy? Very interesting study, a very unique poll that Gallup conducted that we will get to when we come back. It's Kayal and Company.
Wait. Before we break real fast, I Dawn has a live read here. But coming back on the other side, you and I are being called out for something.
What?
No.
Me?
You and I, Nick. You and I.
Yeah.
For
good
giving credence to something.
Oh, okay. Well, as I lose my voice more and more, I'll just I'll think about it, and then I'll blast this fool when we come back, and then I'll just go suck on some throat lozenges.
We'll tell you about that on the other side.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Kayal and Company, back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the time of year to enjoy life, getting outside, enjoying the sunshine and spring-like weather. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring and what you love to do. Call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It is a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and, yes, actually repair your damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, yeah, they've known about this for years. They've been doing it for years. But now this life-changing treatment is available for you, for me, for all of us. So you can do everything you want to do. Walk, run, climb the stairs, play golf, run on the beach, play a little Frisbee, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who have reclaimed their mobility. Do this. Take action now. Live your best life this spring and summer. And by the way, great use of your tax refund check. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, call them before noon today. Do it, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, tell them Dolan sent you.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 lease for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost.
Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Steamfitters Local Union 420 is a proud 120-year-old labor organization. We have been providing the HVAC service sector with the safest and most highly skilled HVAC service technicians. Our members have been trained in all aspects of the HVAC service sector, including boiler and chiller service, as well as refrigeration systems and controls. Contact Steamfitters Local Union 420 for all your service-related needs and visit our website for more information at lu420.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you about Dr. Bentz, my dentist, great prosthodontist. Well, 2023 was a big staff turnover year due to retirements and other moves. Everything is rolling into the new year. Laura is the new office administrator. Nancy, Madison, Shelby, they're there to greet you with that same culture of excellence. You can count on the Bentz Dental Group in East Norriton. Give them a call, 610-272-6949, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Why are people saying, "Who yeah," to Jackson Hewitt? Find out before it's too late. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal Company, 9 o'clock. Welcome back in, fourth and final hour on this Thursday morning. Morning mystery movie clip in about 20 minutes. Dawn's Big 3 in 15. Also, got to give Phil Almquist a lot of credit.
Yeah.
He's been running in here every commercial, possibly getting infected by whatever I have. And he's just giving update after update. He's like a runner on Fox News, just giving all sorts of breaking information as we have a Google bloodbath definition update that we will get to coming up in just a few moments. Because as we know on this show, everything comes full circle with the big take, which was about Google this morning. So we'll get to that story. But first, Greg Stocker and yours truly are being ripped.
Yeah, on Facebook.
And as somebody who's doped up on Dayquil and all sorts of other supplements, I would say rippers, tread lightly.
It's funny. Yeah, you're going to love this. It's funny to me because we get ripped everywhere, like on the YouTube chat, Twitter, Facebook. Come at me. Come at me. I'm fine. I can handle it. Nick, I know you can too. Anyway, Dan writes, I'm almost done with Kayal and Stocker. I guess that's you two.
Okay.
Or that's us two.
Yeah.
They are now giving serious consideration to the piece suggesting Trump is losing ground because he got a lower percentage in the 2024 primary than in 2020. In 2020, he was an unopposed incumbent. These guys are morons.
Wow. Okay, so he's bothered by facts that don't make him feel warm and fuzzy.
Well, that's
the takeaway I get here?
Exactly. That's the problem, is that we all live in these weird silos where any sort of opposing thing that doesn't go right in line with what we think is like, well, I can't believe he's buying into this crap. It might be crap. Maybe it is. But all you did was read the story.
Yeah. I said, in 2024, Trump got 81% of the GOP vote in the Florida primary.
Yep.
2020, he got 93. That's a 12% drop. Now, he must have missed the spot when I said this reminds me of Pop-A-Shot or Skee-Ball at the arcade, where maybe it doesn't mean anything because the clock stopped and you had a few balls left over and you still were able to shoot, and people were able to vote in a primary that has been decided and over with for weeks now.
Also, if you really believe that Trump is going to win in a landslide, great, good. Keep going with that. Keep going with that. I'm just telling you.
Let me just make myself crystal clear on this program.
Red waves they're when did that happen? When's that happening? When's a red wave happening?
I can do the show two ways. I can give you my honest, authentic opinion day in and day out and continue putting up record ratings that haven't been seen in 16 years. Or I could tell you what you want to hear so you feel good about yourself. You know what? Maybe Joe Biden, what's his name?
It doesn't matter. I don't want to do
No, but maybe here's what'll happen. Maybe Joe Biden won't get one single state. Would you like me to say that? You know what? I think Trump's going to take all 50 states this fall. Does that make you feel better, little YouTuber?
Yeah, that would make me feel better, actually. I would love that. Take
people.
back America. No, I
love it. One day it's, Nick, you're such a Trump apologist. I thought you were a DeSantis fanboy. People.
The more we
I love all these people. I'm sorry, Dawn. I love these people, but my God, get over it. It was one story.
I just think that this economy sucks. Everybody's down about it. And the hope, you have to keep hope alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's honest to God. I think people just don't want to hear, oh, no, we're going to just the thought of 4 more years of this
of course.
is a freaking nightmare.
It is.
Well, there are plenty of people. There are plenty of people on Twitter, Benny Johnson and all these other grifters who are telling you that it's over. So if you want to believe it's over, great, good, fine, then it's over. Yeah. Because one anecdotal person says that she is voting for Trump and not Biden. It's over.
All right,
great. If you want to believe that, great.
So moving forward, when I get handed 6 polls and 5 are favorable to Trump and 1 is not, I'll toss the one that's not in the trash can because you don't want to hear that. Okay, that's cool. And trust me, nobody wants to see Donald Trump beat Joe Biden more than this guy. I want to be able to go to my in-laws' house in late November once we sift through, because I think it's a lot. I don't think we're going to know the winner on election night or the first few days afterwards. I think it's going to take a while. I think it's going to be very messy. And I would love to go to my in-laws and go up to my mother-in-law and just spike the football in the driveway and be like, how'd your boy do? Not another 4 years, huh?
By the way,
but I'm not going to feed you stuff that's not true, or I'm not going to omit stuff that doesn't put Trump in the best of lights.
And did you ever notice too, all these people who make these predictions, always those predictions seem to go by the wayside when they're not correct. Then it's on to something else. You know what I mean? Like, they'll never say, hey, you know what? I really got that wrong. I apologize for that.
Well, it's the same.
We just move on to something else.
It's the same as the mainstream media, where they ridicule somebody for one story, it gets debunked, and then they move on to the next thing, and they never issue an apology or a correction.
And by the way, I'm on record, and I'll say it again. I'm on record saying that if the election was held right now, I do believe Donald Trump would win. 100% I believe Donald Trump would win if the election were held today. That being said, if you also can't see there are tremendous holes and flaws in this campaign, then you have your head in the sand. You just do.
Well, he could very well win the election if it was held today. But some of these polls that we are seeing where it says Trump takes all 6 swing states and gets the 312 electoral college votes to Biden's 226, like I totally push back against that. There's no way. You could argue today that Trump would win the election. I don't think you're wrong if you believe that.
Yep.
But if you think he's going to sweep all 6 swing states right now and win by over 80 electoral college votes, post Roe v. Wade of June of 2022, you got your head in the sand. Because there's a lot of people out there that don't share their political views, that are not on social media, that are not being on the receiving end of these polls. The silent majority is still out there, which could very well work against Trump, especially, as we've talked about, those females, those 28-year-olds that are not married with no kids, that are very liberal, that are wealthy, that spend $8 on a cup of coffee, that hate what happened in June of 2022. And when they see Kamala doing her abortion tour, they get really fired up and they get inclined and motivated, and they can't wait to go and vote against Trump. That's just the reality of the situation. If you don't want to believe that, that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what you should believe, but I'm going to give you what I think is my honest opinion.
And you guys are arguing with listeners again. Yes, we are.
I argue with everybody.
And good call. John writes in and says, Nick, bring a food tester to your in-laws' house in November.
If Trump wins, I might never be invited again.
You're not.
Especially if I show up and celebrate.
Do they acknowledge that you do this program?
Uh-huh. They just don't listen.
Well, that's fine. But do they acknowledge that you do it?
Yeah, they know I do it well, too. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm telling you. I'll take it a step further. If Trump wins, I'm going to show up in the driveway on November 7th. Not only am I going to spike the football, I'm going to be in my birthday suit.
Bill L., you're wrong. Bill L., you are wrong.
What's wrong with Bill L?
No. I'm going to leave his comment, and I'm just going to say you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay.
I call balls and strikes, bro. I call balls and strikes. That's all I do.
You're the umpire of the program.
I'm the umpire. I'm just telling you what how I take this program. I call balls and strikes. Right. And the fact of the matter is the majority of people hate both candidates. I hate to tell you that, but they do. They don't. Nobody wants a Biden-Trump.
Well, let's
nobody wants it.
Well, but let's break that down because in 2020 you had 81 million for Joe, 81 million. If you're watching on YouTube, I said 81 million, and Trump had 74 million.
Yep.
So all we have heard is that there's fatigue for both options. Yet that being said, come election day, I don't anticipate seeing both of those numbers decline. Does anybody expect Trump to get less than 74 million votes this time around? After all the persecution, after all these prosecutions, after a lot of the things that he said was accurate, I don't see that number going down. Think about it. In 2016, he had 62 million votes. In 2020, he had 74 million. That was before all these court cases. That was before all of these Letitia James and Fonnie Willis's. I think Trump's number of 74 million raw votes is going to be higher this time around than it was last time. And then for Biden, I'm not sure. I could see it dipping because he's awful, but I could also see it going up post Roe v. Wade, where maybe there's females out there that didn't vote for him in 2020, and then they see Supreme Court do what they did 2 years ago, and now they feel inclined to vote based on female bodily rights and things like that. So I would take it to the bank right now that Trump's numbers are going to go up, and I could see Joe's going either way, to be completely honest. You guys agree with that? Or do you think both of them are going to dip? Because it's one thing to say in polls that, well, we're tired of them and we want other options. But when the game comes and game day arrives, people are going to vote. And that's 155 million people, if my math is correct, combined.
I pray to God 3 times a day, please.
She prays to God.
I do. Okay. I really think, and that's my prayer, is that people see what's happening.
Well, the Latino community is.
And that's just it. As I think about what's happening, and I do have hope that people in America, but maybe it will take, maybe Latinas, Hispanics in America will be the ones to save the country, to kind of tip the balance. And wouldn't that be ironic that it would appear that Biden, opened up the border.
Yep.
No border, and tried, I do believe, tried to influence the next election.
Well, of course.
As Representative Issa has said from California, by by flooding certain areas where then you would have blue areas, concentrated areas, the next census, more representatives, etc. And wouldn't it be ironic but fantastic?
Yes, it would be totally fantastic if all of this backfired on them, from the border to all of these prosecutions, from Alvin Bragg. I mean, this is where you really hope that the polls are finally accurate, because every time Trump gets indicted, his polling numbers go up. So if that ultimately proves to be true, it would be the ultimate irony that all of this backfired on the Democrats and drove Trump to re-election, because a lot of people felt that he was being targeted unfairly, especially in some of the cases that maybe have nothing to do with an election or January 6th, but merely, like we just talked about, Letitia James and $464 million. Never in the history of the state of New York have we seen a case like this brought forward where there is no victim, where it's a common practice to inflate your assets. And then the ruling and the judgment of $454 million plus interest. And to the point where legal, scholars with no skin in the game, and the two I think that we quote the most frequently on this show are one from Fox and one from CNN. Turley on Fox, Ellie Honig on CNN, and they both have said, this is unprecedented. And this is also setting a terrible precedent, because the pendulum will eventually swing the other way. And Democrats won't like it if Republicans and Republican attorney generals and Republican district attorneys go after and weaponize the system against Democrats. Just remember the old thing when you were a kid. Well, he started it. Just remember who started it. All right? 855-839-1210. All right, let's get to... we got the morning mystery movie clip in about 6 minutes, but right now
we should break first.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to the clip and Dawn's Big Three. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. One of the things I love about the Piazza Auto Group is all the vehicles that I get to check out. And if you watched Kale Pool Karaoke, the first episode that dropped just about a month ago, we filmed that with Patrick Murphy in a 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And it also comes in handy with the ever-growing family. Third row seating, that's right. A lot of wives out there, a lot of husbands out there saying, I need more space, I need more seats. We have a lot of kids. Third row seating comes in handy. Well, you can check out all the options on the 2024 Honda Pilot at any of their 5 Piazza Honda locations: Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Or shop online. Check out all their inventory right now, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
Come on, honey, let's go. We're going to be late for the game.
I can't find the keys. I swear I left them here on the counter.
I told you at least 10 times. Get a spare from a Causland Lock Service. You don't have to make an appointment.
I know, and they're located right off of 95. I'll have to call them.
Don't put yourself in the doghouse or miss a good time because you can't find your keys. Call McCausland Lock Service today and get a quote for your vehicle. 610-430-1500. That's 610-430-1500.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. We've helped over 30,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you have questions, we have the answers. At Wesley Financial Group, we're dedicated to helping timeshare owners get out of their financial nightmare. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-523-3030. That's 800-523-3030. 800-523-3030.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
The Phillies have discontinued Dollar Dog Night because fans were throwing hot dogs at each other.
These changes for the Phillies. All fans are asked to please hold on to your wieners. Thank you, and enjoy the ball game.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township, Saturday, April 20th, and at St. Luke's Church in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife, Bev, and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help. Find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus Bulbs 18 years ago that he founded on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations. No purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired that involves technology, 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only. Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night. Blinded by the light.
Kayal Company, 9:21 as we continue. Dawn's Big Three in just a moment. We'll get to what's on the cut sheet part 2. More of your comments certainly encouraged and welcomed, especially if you don't like what we have to say. 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. Well, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I completely forgot.
Oh, what a surprise.
You are a saint. I should buy you a gift.
You did.
I always do the classy thing. Any calls?
Judge Rawlings' clerk, he needs your filing.
Tell him it's in the mail.
Right, she'll do it next week. Mr. McKinley phoned to confirm your meeting tomorrow.
Strep throat. No, some kind of virus. What's going around?
Asian flu?
Good one.
Do you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, the great prize yet again, a pair of tickets to TNA Impact Wrestling this Saturday, March 23rd at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. For more info and tickets, visit TNAWrestling.com. But if you are caller number 12 at 855-839-1210, you will win the pair of tickets that we have for you this Saturday, TNA Impact Wrestling at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. Best of luck. That movie came out 27 years ago today.
Wow.
Yes. One of my favorite movies
It
from
is.
that individual.
Yep.
855-839-1210. All right, so before we get to Dawn's Big Three, I do want to wrap it up with the last story of the day. I thought this was very interesting. The latest Gallup poll released some results from a survey on happiness in America. And I found it interesting that by certain age groups and demographics, Americans are either really, really happy or really, really miserable. And these were compiled over a 3-year average of 2021 through 2023. This was the 2024 World Happiness Report. It's a partnership with Gallup, and you can see it on YouTube right now. We put the clipping of the newspaper up, and it gives you all the countries on the left, such as Finland and Denmark and Iceland and Sweden, Israel, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Australia, Costa Rica, Canada, the Czech Republic, the UK, the United States, Germany, Mexico, Italy, on down the list. And overall, the Finns are the happiest people on the planet. They come in at number 1. The United States comes in at number 23, and they look at two different age groupings, 30 and under and 60 and older. So in the 60 and older category, the United States comes in at number 10. Not a bad showing. So what does that tell us? That the 60 and over community is a relatively happy group of people. But coming in at 62nd in the rankings, and this is amazing. And the graphic you're seeing is only the top 25, by the way, because obviously we know there's more than 25 countries. But in the United States, the 30 and under crowd, as far as happiness goes, came in globally 62nd overall. So what does that tell us? I think that tells us that a majority of the younger millennials, certainly all of Generation Z, or a majority of Gen Zers, and even today, the Gen Alpha group, which is the newest generation. I don't know if Gen Alpha was surveyed because those are that's the age group and generation my daughters are a part of, and they're not even 10 years old. So I'm assuming this is mostly millennials and Gen Zers. They hate life. They're not happy. I don't know if that's pandemic related. I don't know if that is just the mindset that is forced upon and taught in today's society of, and I hate to use it because Captain Mustard killed that word, but wokeness. Woke people, we talked about this 2 days ago, the study that showed that most woke people have anxiety issues, depression issues, and are generally unhappy. And I think we have created this society and this culture of everything is morally wrong, everything is racially charged, and if you're taught all the time and told by people, whether it's in academia, whether it's in mainstream media, whether it's on TikTok postings on social media, that everybody is bad and humans are inherently racist and homophobic and transphobic and this and that, well, then you grow up being very, very miserable and having a lot of doubts about society. I genuinely look at it the other way. I think most human beings are good people. I think most people are relatively, not racist, not transphobic, not homophobic, not sexist, this, that, and the other thing. But if you listen to the mainstream, they make it seem like all of these levels of hatred is the predominant belief, when I don't think it is. In fact, we saw there was many polls that said, specifically with race relations, going up until about 2014, most Americans viewed race relations to be pretty good in this country. And then what happened 4 years ago? George Floyd. Now you look at the same polling data, And race relations have dipped because of that. Because I don't think the left ever wants people to get along. I think they want divisiveness because if they don't have that, a big chunk of their playbook goes out the window. But I did find that very interesting. So if you're looking for happiness with the younger crowd and the older crowd, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland, a lot of happy people over there.
It's just funny because the younger generation has, think of all the luxuries they have with, Bill Maher kind of brought it up, pouring on the phones now. But they can have food delivered to their house. They can have groceries delivered to their house, packages delivered to their house. They have more contact with their friends than they have ever had before with social media.
You live in an a la carte world now as a youngster.
Exactly.
It doesn't get any better than that.
There's no, everything is, you can get anything at the click of a button if you pay for it.
Yeah.
And they're still not happy.
You don't have to leave your house.
Yeah.
Right?
And they're still not happy.
Right.
And that just shows you, at least it shows me, that when you actually had to try for things and fight for things and go out and kind of make your own way, it was actually better for the psyche.
Mm-hmm.
It's more
rewarding.
It's way more rewarding.
Yeah.
And I read a book the other day where it was this generation coming up is really a very, very smart group of people. Because think of all the advantages they have over even our generation, Nick. But they are also very anxious, and there's a lot of self-doubt with them, and they don't really, they can do it, but when it actually comes time to perform, they need to take a personal day because it's just too much pressure, and I need me time, and it's really disheartening to see that.
I don't disagree with you that they're not smart. I do think they are, but I also think they lack a lot of historical context. Talk to a Gen Zer, and I'll give you a perfect example. When I was growing up in the 90s, as a 10-year-old kid. Keep in mind, I was born in 1984. I've just turned 40. I knew about, and I'll just go from a sports context to make this analogy. I mean, I knew about Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth played in 1927.
Yeah.
But I knew about it. I looked things up, and this was pre-internet. But yet today's society, ask somebody in Gen Z if they know about anything in the sporting world from the 80s. They have no idea. They'd be like, who's that?
Yeah.
So I think that's the big fall off.
Yeah.
And, same thing with presidents or other historical things with wars, whether it's Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, on down the list. Their ability to recite history is lacking. But they're not stupid.
The problem, too, is that they have all of this information at their fingertips,
and they still don't care to take advantage of it.
Well, that, or they're not absorbing things the way we did. When we wanted to learn about Babe Ruth, we had to read a book about him or watch a documentary about him or a video about him.
Right.
And that stuck with us. Now somebody says, what years did Babe Ruth play? 1926 to whatever, and you cite it, you say it, and then you forget it.
Yep.
And they're not. With all this information at our fingertips, it's actually making us more stupid.
Yep.
Because we don't have to go look things up.
That's right.
In a book and really kind of.
I mean, hell, the phone autocorrects you now.
Exactly.
So you never have to learn anything.
Exactly.
855-839-1210. All right, let's grab Ben from Willow Grove. He's our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. Ben, what movie did we play for you?
The correct answer is Liar, Liar.
That is correct.
That's the correct answer.
Came out in 1997. Congratulations, Ben. You've got the tickets for TNA Wrestling this Saturday.
I appreciate it.
You are welcome. Woo-hoo. All right, there he is, Ben from Willow Grove. All right, 9:31. Let's get to. Want to get to the cut sheet?
We should probably break first.
All right, we'll break. We'll come back. We'll get to the cut sheet, then we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Who on Twitter today and today in music history. By the way, Liar, Liar. Jennifer Tilly in that movie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Still not as good as Dumb and Dumber, but probably Jim Carrey's second best movie.
Very good movie.
Yep.
Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you don't have consumer cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofi.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofi, we can.
What's Renofi?
Renofi loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renofi, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renofi loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renofi?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renofi. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Test. This is a statewide required monthly test of the Emergency Alert System, originating from the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, Harrisburg. This is only a test.
This has been a test of the Emergency Alert System.
Dawn here. Are you looking to improve the health of your lawn? Look no further. Natural Lawn of America has been creating green, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs, reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your entire family. Call today. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED or naturallawn.com. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:37. Well, what's on the cut sheet part due in just a moment. But the Google definition update that I promised, Phil handed this to me about a half hour ago. So, did you know, and by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see, on Sunday, March 17th, a day after Donald Trump's bloodbath comment, on Google, the definition of bloodbath was a ruthless slaughter of a great number of people, a massacre. Now, today, on Thursday, March 21st, Google has done a stealth edit of their bloodbath definition, which is now described as an event or situation in which many people are killed in a violent manner. They've cleaned it up. They've made it a little more PG.
Oh, that's amazing.
You know, those little rascals at Google, they think they can slip one by us.
Yep.
They cannot. We're always keeping the receipts. All right, 9:38. Let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, sponsored by United Tire. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you. Now through April 2nd, all tires are on sale, plus extra savings of $80 on all Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. Visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United. Thank you, United Tire, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet, part 2. Nick Kayal, do you know today is an anniversary? It's a 20-year anniversary of something.
Well, it's not my wedding anniversary, so I'm clear there. I have no idea what it is.
Today, 20 years ago, March 21st, 2004, we imploded the Vet.
Oh, that's right.
We imploded the Veteran Stadium, which was the home to the Phillies and the Eagles for more than 30 years. I believe we have video of the implosion, Phil, if you would bring it up, my friend, if you want to bring it up while I read this article here.
Oh, there
about
it is.
The Vet imploding 20 years ago.
God, that's 20 years
today.
ago. That looks like it's from the 40s.
April 10th, 1971, the Phillies played against the Montreal Expos during the first game in the stadium, April 10th, 1971. And September 26th, 1971, the Eagles faced off against the Cowboys for their first game in the Vet. January 19th, 2003, the Eagles' final game in the Vet was played against the Bucks. And September 28th, 2003, the Phillies took on the Braves for the last game ever played inside the stadium.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
The Vet
They
being
lost.
imploded.
Yep, the Eagles lost to the Bucks in that playoff game where Tampa Bay had never won a game below 35 degrees, and they come in and beat McNabb. Unacceptable.
It's amazing. That's an amazing piece of video, by the way.
It really is.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about the Vet is, let's be real.
Yeah.
It was a dump.
Yep.
It was awful.
But it was our dump.
But it was ours.
Yes.
And we relished it, right?
Yep.
You know, it's like you have that old car that you just don't want to get rid of. It's 25 years old. You know it's a junker, but it's your junker.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to miss the Vet. I mean, you know, honestly, as nice as and modern as the Link is, it's very sterile. I don't know if that's the right word. Citizens Bank Park has more charm.
It does.
I enjoy Phillies games in the new venue more than I enjoy Eagles games in the new venue.
Yeah.
And nothing will ever beat the fact that the Vet had a prison. And the Vet also ended a lot of careers with that awful turf.
By the way, did Dawn quit?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
Yeah, Dawn resigned.
She hasn't been here
she's
25 minutes.
She's doing a show with Don Lemon now on X.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
Oh, my God.
I have no idea. She I don't know. She liquidated. It was a puddle.
So
I see her jacket back there.
Yeah, yesterday there was a bunch of hearings yesterday, but the one I want to focus on was your buddy Senator Kennedy. He grilled Biden judicial nominee Nancy Maldonado on her definition of an assault weapon. Because, these people want to ban assault weapons.
But they can't define it.
And they don't actually know what it means, which I think is absolutely hysterical. This is your buddy, Kennedy, who might be one of the best at this that I've ever seen in grilling people.
If there's one man I would love to have a beer with in politics, it's Mr. Kennedy from Louisiana.
He's very good at debating and questioning people. This is cut 11, Phil, if you will, my friend. Go.
You said, quote, assault weapons may be banned because they're extraordinarily dangerous and are not appropriate for legitimate self-defense purposes, close quote. Tell me what you meant by assault weapons.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Just to clarify there, I was local counsel. Our Supreme...
but you wrote the brief. Tell me what you meant by assault weapons.
Senator Kennedy, actually, I did not write the brief. The brief was written by...
you signed the brief, though, didn't you?
Correct. I signed the brief.
When you sign a brief, you're testifying to the court that everything in it is true, right?
And you've read it.
Yes.
Okay.
That
So they're your words in terms of the court, right?
Well, you're correct, Senator Kennedy. I would never sign...
Tell me what you meant by assault weapons.
So I am not a gun expert, and at the time, that brief, I think, was about 10 years...
Given the court advice about, say, ban assault weapons. What is... You told the court you were an expert. Just tell me what you wanted to ban.
Senator, sitting here today, as I said, I did not write that brief. I was local counsel.
Sign the brief.
I understand.
She signed it, didn't read it.
What you wanted to ban.
What am I supposed to do? Read everything I signed?
I don't remember the exact definition of assault weapons in the ordinance that was at issue.
So you submitted a brief to an appellate brief. You signed it, and you don't know what. And you said abolish assault weapons, and you don't know what you wanted them to abolish?
Senator, at the time that I signed the brief, I read the brief because our Supreme Court required an Illinois bar member to sign the brief. I was not responsible for researching the content.
You were responsible for the brief.
Absolutely, absolutely. And sitting here today, I do not remember the characteristics of that were cited in the ordinance for the assault weapons ban. It's not an area of practice that I have specialized in. I'm sure 10 years ago I could have answered your question.
And
but sitting here today,
you think you deserve to be promoted?
Look at the look on Kennedy's face.
I stand by my record.
You're the legend.
I stand by my record.
Senator Butler.
There you go.
I got to tell you.
What am I supposed to read everything I signed?
No. I just had my rubber stamp signature thing. I stamped it. I gave a stamp of approval. I also love when people get hit up with the question of what does AR-15 stand for, and they say assault rifle. It's like, no, it's Armalite rifle, you nut job. If you're going to ban something or want something banned you're against something, at least understand what you're advocating for.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. So this is from TikTok. This happened on Frontier Airlines. Have you ever flown Frontier Airlines?
Yeah. Frontier and Spirit. It's the airline of the people. Put it that way.
This is the moment that an enraged Frontier Airline employee lashed out at stranded passengers and threatened to call the cops. Video of the intense moments was posted to TikTok on Monday, and according to the caption, the incident occurred on Sunday at the Denver International Airport. Frontier Flight 2746 that was supposed to go to Tampa, Florida, was delayed 3 hours as 25 passengers were reportedly involuntarily bumped and told to speak to customer service about the issue. When they went to the desk, there were no agents, and the gate attendants scattered, the Post said. The irate employee, who was seen wearing a light gray T-shirt, black vest, and a backwards baseball cap, told customers, "I will call the police." How is that the answer? We are busy. This is a little bit of the video and the audio if you want to watch this and hear this. This is cut one. Phil, go.
I will call the police. How is that the answer?
How is this?
We are busy.
There is 6 then come.
Busy.
Hey, then come tell us you're busy.
How did I know?
We don't know what's going on. Just communicate. Communicate with your employees. Hey. If somebody comes out and says, "Hey, we're busy," we'll be.
Coming out. This isn't even my job. I'm in operations.
All good.
He works here.
Any Frontier employee could come tell us. Any Frontier employee.
That's unbelievable. It sounds like
short on staff.
Yeah, there you go.
Everybody, what's the excuse these days? Everybody's short on staff. Well, then incentivize it more to get your staff where it needs to be. That's pretty standard for Frontier. I see that all the time.
It's unbelievable.
I'm telling you, there's certainly, I don't know what's transpired lately at airports, but there is just an unhinged element. It's all of a sudden people get into airports and they just lose their minds. If people have no tolerance or patience anymore, or if it's a claustrophobic thing, and we see all these people remember how many times have we pulled up the way people used to sit on a plane in the 50s and 60s? All
Compared
nice
to
and
now.
orderly.
Compared to now.
Now we just climb over each other and cough on each other and throw feces.
Don Lemon is still trying to make the interview with himself and Elon Musk a thing.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
He was interviewing reporter Kara Swisher discussing the Elon Musk thing. He's really trying to cash in on this feud.
Yeah.
And he was asked if he thinks that Elon Musk was uncomfortable sitting in front of a gay black guy.
Yes. That's why Elon fired you.
Yeah, exactly. This is cut. Where are we here? Cut 16, Phil, go.
And people have been asking me what I meant by when I said he did not like answering questions or being held to account from people like me. And so some people took it to mean a racial thing. I meant someone who has a different worldview. But since people raised it and you said what you said, do you think that he was uncomfortable? I didn't want to go there. Do you think he was uncomfortable sitting in front of a gay black guy?
Probably more gay than black, I would think. I hate to say that, but I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, having answer questions from...
I don't think he likes control beyond himself. And so it doesn't matter who's exerting it. I don't think he much likes Joe Biden either.
Well, Elon, I don't know that it was race. It was probably the fact that Don is gay that really made it uncomfortable for you. Or here's a wild thought. Don Lemon is just awful at what he does, and Elon Musk immediately regretted sitting down and doing this interview with him, or giving him the actual platform to do the show. But again, this is where I come back and criticize Elon. Dude, like, what did you think you were getting? Mm-hmm. You didn't think Don Lemon was just going to change his style overnight, did you?
He was uncomfortable because he's a gay black guy.
Oh my
Get with it.
So Don Lemon's taking this and running with it. What's his end goal? I mean, nobody's going to hire him at this point, right?
No.
Like, is News Nation going to hire Don Lemon? Probably not.
No.
He's got a reputation in the industry as being a jerk.
I mean, his BFF is there, but I don't think they're BFFs anymore. Cuomo. Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll do it for Cut Sheet Part 2. Let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 21st, we celebrate the birthdays of Eddie Money and Roger Hodgson of Supertramp. Notable singles include American Woman by the Guess Who from 70 and Sloop John B by the Beach Boys from 66. Notable albums include AC/DC's Let There Be Rock from 77, Yes's Talk from 94. By the way, first time I saw Yes was that tour. And The Final Cut by Pink Floyd from 83. Also, REO Speedwagon's Keep On Loving You hit number 1 in 81. She Loves You by the Beatles hit number 1 in 64. And lastly, on this day in 52, the Moondog Coronation Ball was held in Cleveland, Ohio, organized by the great Alan Freed. It is widely considered the very first rock concert, but also may be the shortest, as it shut down after just one song. 25,000 people showed up to an arena with only 10,000 seats. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
All right, thank you very much, Philip, as we wrap up this Thursday edition of the show with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
Richard Notaro wins Twitter. He says, according to Michael Jack Schmidt, the vet smelled like cat pee, which is sort of like the way the teams that played there performed most of the years there. So 20 years ago, the vet was imploded. Rest in peace, Vet.
Yes, indeed. All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next, and we are back tomorrow morning at 6 with the Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. 13 hours of broadcasting excellence for a great, great cause. We hope you will skip your mortgage and rent payments this month and send all of your cash to the Travis Manion Foundation. Last year, $92,000 and change. This year, just me personally, I'd like to see us get to 6 figures. See if we can get to $100,000. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6.
Good night, everybody.
Parks. I need Parks. Hello, Parks. Okay.
Getting quality employees to fill positions